Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, hmm. Been listening to new IVE song, Korean K-pop sensation IVE. Probably the best song they ever did. Even though it's like copied from every other. It has like parts very inspired by like aespa, and then parts that inspired by Le Seraphim. Gives big anti-fragile vibes in some of those shots. It's pretty good, like I enjoy the song. It's very weird. I don't enjoy K-pop usually at all. And I definitely don't enjoy any other I've seen before, so this is weird. I wonder how the public is gonna be about this song. Anyway, yeah. K-pop is weird. It's like hyper capitalist thing that just repeats itself over and over again. It's interesting, at the very least. If you close your eyes. Oh, there is new Elite sound too? Shit, I should have watched this too. Damn, what is this? All those songs in February. Oh. Okay. Cool. Anyway. Hi. I'm Nero. You're on my stream. I'm Nero, you're on my stream. I had birthday yesterday. It's my birthday. I'm 20 something. Big date. Actually. I'm still young, right? I'm still young. I'm probably gonna. I don't really feel young, but I don't feel old either. I don't feel in any of those categories. Anyway, I got some gampla on my birthday for myself. I got this guy. I was ready. I was ready to show it off for my stream. I got this guy. It's right here. It's P Bandai. Don't share at me for buying P Bandai, okay? It's called Bigor Bu Torche. Kinanji team, Reader team. I did not watch Witch from Mercury, therefore I'm a tourist. I'm a LARPer. I bought this kit because it looks like a bunny, and if you think it looks like a moth, you should kill yourself. You should die. You're wrong. You're so wrong. This is a bunny. If you squint, this is a bunny. Like, every kit I own is a bunny, except for that, except for Chicoax and Gundam Rose. Also, it's my second P Bandai kit, and on my previous P Bandai kit, which was Gundam Rose, I'm actually watching G Gundam currently, so I know I'm not LARPing with Gundam Rose. Fortunately, my second P Bandai kit, and in the first P Bandai kit that I bought, which was way more expensive than Witch from Mercury kit, that kit did not have a colored image of a Gundam that I'm building anywhere at all on the scene, so I thought it was fucking hilarious, right? This one actually has a little print with how Gundam actually looks, so it's fun. Actually, I did not look at these images properly. I wonder about color inaccuracies and stuff. This is a solid kit. It looks also very modern. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of the design, but it looks like a bunny, therefore, you know. It's a bunny, and it's a purple coated, so therefore, it's like everything a girl like me can dream of, you know. I also bought a knockoff Woundwort, which is also originally a P Bandai kit, but it's just so expensive, I cannot afford it. Or at least I cannot justify buying P Bandai kit that costs like 60 or 70 bucks? Like, no fucking way, I'm not paying that much money for Gundam. I refuse to pay more than like 50, even 50 is pushing it. I refuse to pay more than 50 bucks for a piece of plastic. And I'm like, I'm weird, I'm only buying kits that I like, or kits that resemble bunnies, because I'm weird, yet again. But there's people who like, don't do it. There's people who are not schizos and who are just buying classic high-grade kits and having so much fun. Like, I've been looking at Sharazaku, and this kit costs like 20 bucks. I can dream of buying Gundams that are 20 bucks. I also really want Sharazaku, and I'm probably gonna get it soon. I'll get a lot of money on my birthday from a lot of people because I'm very pathetic, and that, you know, that implements the amount of money you can get. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know. I'm having fun with my hobby. I should have. I'm kind of excited about 2 kits that I got. Oh, also the bootleg kit that I got from Woundward. Should I show you the Woundward? How normal Woundward looks from Bandai? Woundward. Woundward is also a bunny kit. It looks like a bunny, and this time it's actually a bunny. It's not just, oh, you squint and you see a bunny. This is an actual bunny. Hold on. Save image, desktop, open. Here it is, right? Look at it. It's so cute. Yeah, this shit, $60. I don't have that much money. Also, I saw they were reprinting this kit in November or December 2025, but I did not see it restocked anywhere where I buy kits, so it's pretty unfortunate. Shit, I really like this kit. And if I see this kit, cheap, I will buy it again. I don't know, I just like it. It's good. It's a good kit. Did I read Advance of Zeta, where this kit is from? Nope. But I'm planning to. I saw a bit of a translation and I did not like it. So I'm gonna struggle and try to read it in Nihongo. Yeah, that's my Gundam update. Damn, it looks so good. Yeah, it's like huge dick and like thick thighs. What can you possibly want from a Gundam? And a huge gun that doesn't look like fucking stupid sword? Oh. I opened the box for this kit, and it has like a sword. A clear plastic piece for a sword. Does this kit has a sword with it? Wait. Does it mean I have to watch Witch of Mercury to stop being a LARPer? I don't wanna. Oh well, we'll figure it out. I watched GQX, so that's fine. Oh yeah, I also want a kit from Iron Blooded Orphans. And that one sucked. Or did it? It's actually also another bunny looking kit. I showed it like a couple of months before on stream. Do I have, hold on, can we found it very quickly? It's called Zigran or something like this. Shit. Zigran Gundam? Yeah, here we go. It's Zigran actually with S. Any images on the black background, please? Anyway, okay, let's save this one. Desktop. If you don't see that this is a bunny, go kill yourself. Sorry. This is a bunny. Okay, it's not a bunny, but if you squint, it's a bunny, and it's also purple. I also like how all the kits I buy are kind of different, and they're not repeat the same silhouette, mostly. I really like this kit. This kit is actually so nice. I like a lot of Iron Blooded Orphans kits. Those are like good. Those are good and cheap. Designs are fun, and unless you're like a purist that collects very specific type of stuff, you should, and you never build a gunplay, you should start with Iron Blooded Orphans. This was a good kit. Do not start with G-Quacks, it's too small. I mean, you probably can if you have a good eyesight, or you're ready, or you like working with miniatures, but this kit, it's a good size, it's fun. If you get a panel liner, lining this kit is really nice. It's really nice. Anyway, yeah. That's it. I'm sorry, no more gunplay talk. I'm sorry. Did I have something else to talk about? I don't know. No. Let's read Witch of a Holy Night. Okay, stop stalling. I was just stalling for 10 minutes. That's basically nothing. Uh, like this. Night of the Witches. Hold on. Tea. Oh yeah, I also got a food poisoning, so I've been feeling like shit yesterday over something. But I ate a lot of really nasty medicine, so now I feel pretty good. Like, relatively speaking. Even though in the morning when I ate breakfast, I felt like dizzy from breakfast. So if I die or start throwing up on stream, don't hold it against me. Anyway, which of Holy Night? A recap. Let's do a recap from the very beginning. There is three main characters. Aoko Ozaki, who's a little witch, aka Sabrina the Little Witch, and she tries to balance her school life and her newfound witch life. We don't really know how she became a witch or what's going on with her. Aside from she's a high school student council president, and on the other side she's a witch. Second character is Alice Kuonji. Could it be Kuonji? Hold on, I just want to see what kanjis are in Alice Kuonji. Kuonji. Oh, it is Kuonji. Okay. Really? Kuonji. Yeah. Huh. Arisu. Oh, Arisu spelled in kanji too. Huh. It's not katakana. That's interesting. Here we go. That's why you need to put a name of a character in katakana in your games, because it holds so much information. And it's like a very easy way to be like, oh, I see, that's interesting. Anyway, Alice Kuranchi is a... she's not a second main character, but she's important. She's one of the first ground characters. Foreground characters? First ground, second ground? Anyway, she is also a witch, and she acts as some sort of mentor to Aoko Ozaki, the main character. She's very reserved and elegant girl, and I really like her. She's cool, and she's also a badass witch. She's very cute and pretty, and you know. And the second character is Sojiro Shizuki, who is a transfer student. As it usually goes, he transferred into Aoko's school from the mountains, where he was growing up without any electricity or any, modern equipment, any modern stuff at all. So he feels very out of his water in the town, in the city. He also works on a lot of jobs because the school is paid in Japan for some reason, and he has to go to school, but they do not pay for his living, or they're not paying for his tuition, so I don't know how it works. The society failed him, nobody addresses him. It's okay. It's okay though. It's okay, you don't have to address it, but you have to be patient when I'm gonna yell at you for doing it. He also... One time, he went home from his job very late at night, and he accidentally stumbled upon Aoko Ozaki's magical fight that she had with some sort of villain of the week that they're having in the story. And because of that, Aoko Ozaki needs to kill Sujiro. And so last chapter, we were witnessing how Aoko Ozaki was trying to kill Shizuki. And it didn't work out because villain of the day came up with some sort of distraction for them. And there was like a lot of magical fighting. And I think hold on, how many hours we are in the plot? Mutagenics is now out, that's true. I saw some Mutagenics. It's not really my cup of tea, but I'm excited that they made the game. We were 15 hours in the plot, so maybe like 10 of actual hours of reading. Yeah, and the story is not really went anywhere outside that scene that we read last time. Like, yeah, there was actual character development and character get into a situation, and we went through some stuff. So by the end of last episode, we saw that Aoko is not gonna kill Sujuro. Sujuro. What a name. And it's like a meme where two parties consenting, but Alice came as the second witch who was involved in the situation of Sujuro discovering her, and she's like, nah, I don't really consent to Sujuro still being alive, so, and we kind of ended the story on this. I've been playing a lot of Isaac. I've been playing like 65 hours of Isaac in the past couple of months. I do like Isaac a lot. Anyway, sorry. Got sidetrack. Mugenics, man. Mugenics. It has like a huge poster on Steam. That's nice. Oh! I can play Overwatch on Steam? Sorry, recent reviews mixed. English reviews mostly negative. 100,000 negative reviews. Holy shit. People hate Overwatch. Man, that's crazy that Blizzard did it. I'm really not in the loop. I'm sorry, but Blizzard putting their game out of their launcher? Is this possible? Damn. The things that money do to you, that's crazy. If you're playing competitive, I don't recommend the game. However, if you're playing for fun, I don't recommend the game. Nice. I've been craving to play like CSGO. I never played CSGO in my life. Hunt Shutdown. Should I play that? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Counter-Strike 2. Should I play it? I'm also kidding. We're not playing anything on this channel ever. We're only reading stuff. Eugenics, man. Anyway. Yeah. Wait, they have hell in eugenics? That's funny. Okay. Witch of a Holy Night. I'm sorry, I'm ready. Next episode. Right? There wasn't anything else to read? Night of the Witches. The melody stirred an emotion like nostalgia within them. Oh, it's her! It's Alice! Something once familiar but now lost to the world. They believed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it would play for all eternity, from opening stanza to final coda. It was a mysterious siren song, merry yet longing, that heralded a return from dreams to reality. Oh! It's Alice's keychain that we saw last time? Or is it watch? Did you say it was a keychain or it was a watch? The night shook. A sun was spun. Now their lost paradise was unearthed. Abandoned dreams. Forsaken idols. Why are you so dramatic for no reason? They all responded to the cry of the blue cat. The name of that bell was Diddle Diddle, Banquet of a Night. I heard that before. All fables made possible, all marvels were real, by the magecraft of Alice Kuanji's more magical Kuanji. More magical than magic itself. She gonna kill Shizuki? How selfish of you. Is it something you can really decide on your own, Aoko? Alice sat perched atop of a clock tower like a black bird of ill omen. She smoothed the ruffles of his skirt cute as she was breathing. Arisu. There was a tension in Aoko's voice as she lifted her head. The calm atmosphere from a moment prior had long since been shooed away by Alice's gaze. That girl. I've seen her somewhere before. Sujiro searched his hazy memory. He could not clearly make out her face at a distance, but he was sure he had seen her around town a number of times. Where and when eluded him, however, as the tension in the air kept him from connecting all the dots. Didn't you saw her like today? Well, isn't this turn of events? I didn't know you cared so much, Alice. I thought you were going to leave tonight to me. Elka readied her guard and took half a step forward. Unconsciously, oh my god, if somebody remembers how many shots Aoko still had, I think it was 13 that we counted out loud, or maybe 14. Let's hope the story will remind me or something. From an objective standpoint, it almost looked as though she were protecting the figure beside her. Oh, cute face. Anyway, Alice's silence grew even heavier. Her eyes fixed on the ground below her were devoid of emotion. An indescribable sense of dread and pressure let calm over the plaza. Yo. A bell? For whom the bell tolls? I did not read this Hemingway book. If he strained his ears, he could make out the faint ringing of a bell echoing in the distance. The ripping sound waves seemed unbelievably to be emanating from under the ground. Hey, Ozaki, the girl, she's... quiet. Yes. Female alpha? Sujiro stepped back, trying to stay out of the way. It was as though she had been told to go to hell for a crime of asking if the girl was Aoka's friend. I wouldn't go as far as to say I cared. I simply had the feeling something might be wrong and came back to check. It's not as though I had any doubts regarding your ability to handle the job. Much appreciated. I would have been nice if you had thought to come and check just a bit earlier, though. As you can see, things seem to have worked themselves out. It's late, so don't let me keep you, Alice, since you have no doubt about my ability, right? The eyes locked on one another. Cute. Enemies to lovers? Alice's stare was uncomfortably cold. Aoko was bold, daring Alice to air her complaints. Yo, look at Alice's shoes. Those are nice. I think I've changed my mind. I'm here now, so why don't you the two of us go home? It's more your style anyway, Aoko. You can tell me all about your adventures with the puppet on the way. What's that supposed to mean? Go home, Alice. Shut yourself in your room and make some more of your worthless birds. What the fuck? What are you insulting birds for? This dress. I'm so cute. Anyway. A disappointed sigh escaped Alice's delicate lips. It seemed that the black-clad girl was more astonished than angry. Aoko. I hate to say it, but... seriously? Quietly, Alice questioned her roommate of nearly 2 years. No feet? I love Sujiro. He's so sweet. You surprised me. Did not say we would protect our secrets together? Are you still having trouble letting go of the other side? Or has compassion taken hold of you? Not at all. This isn't compassion. I just felt like doing it this way. No plan survives contact with the enemy, you know that. The same goes for my mood. Besides, who goes out of the way to keep a promise she made forever ago? A little old-fashioned, if you ask me. Damn. The proverbial knives were out now. Knives out? I have a undiagnosed mental illness. No quarter was given nor taken. Suddenly, their partnership was one of convenience and had not reached the level of mutual understanding. Yeah, you say that, but, Their versions of friendship was both delicate and unique. When a conflict of opinion arose, each would refuse to budge until the other crumbled. Neither was concerned for the other's plight, and at least for now, that was how they liked it. The weird thing about this game is that the way they describe events is not the same as when characters talk about events. So, and I really doubt... no, there was an occasion where it was on purpose. Like it was an irony of description versus the reality of situation, but why would it be like this every single time? I don't know. Sometimes I think it doesn't work the way it was intended to work. And not to say how bad the translation is, it's pretty... well, not translation, well... you know, when you say translation is bad, you probably don't mean the words were added that are not here. you mean, oh, it's really hard to read, or it doesn't sound natural to read, you know? It's more about you criticize localization, even though you say it's translation. Like, localization is implied inequality of translation, but sometimes translation can be bad just because somebody adds, like, words that are not here that change the meaning, or somebody just mistranslates it completely. And this happens a lot. But I guess the point of translation is to deliver the meaning properly instead of accurately, you know? Yes, I was concerned for the other's plight, and at least for now, that was not how this was how they liked it. Here we go. You know? I come to accept stupid outbursts like that from you. Once again, she let out a sigh, even larger than the one before. Why don't we save this argument for later? I can make him disappear on my own. Finally, she stuck straight to the point. As if making to move a chess piece, Alice lifted her slender finger. Fork! Even a simple action seemed mysterious to Sujiro, the same boy who had been haunted by his classmate Ao Kawasaki. Thank you for recapping within a story. Why does it need to have recap within a story? This is weird. And bored witness to the automaton. Like, why does it need it? It feels like if... Can we go to archive? I don't think we can. If it was like a light novel and it was serialized and you have like a light novel, let's say, every couple of months. I actually have no idea how does light novels have schedule? Anyway, if it was a light novel and the previous chapters were like in one book and this was the beginning of a different book, I would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, but we are reading visual novel. And it was, and the script was written as if it's a visual novel, at least as far as I see it. So why do we need constant reminders of what happened in the story? It's weird. It's not bad. Well, it's a bit bad, but it's just weird. It feels like, oh yeah, this person writes a lot of serialized stuff and they forgot that they're in a real story that can be consumed like all at once. Ako's violence and an animated doll, though perhaps far beyond the realm of logic, both these things were delivered from reality, derived from reality. As surprised as he had been, there was no need to think of them as total mysteries. Forked, however, when a thing appeared out of thin air from seemingly unrelated gesture, he had no word for it besides mysterious. Why is Alice British? Sujiro stood motionless, captivated by this stage performance's magic trick, as the girl's single-finger mage crowd turned to an attack directed at him. Bitch, a light flew from the side to repel it, annihilated it without a trace. Oh, crap. Ako immediately regretted her reflective shot. What are you doing? Nose is itchy, sorry. You're not satisfied with breaking just one promise? So you must break the rules as well? The already chilled Midwit there, air plunged below freezing. Alice looked calm and collected on the outside, but in reality she was sometimes even more hot-blooded than Naoko. This was especially true when it concerned her familiars. Accidentally breaking one would often result in a week of silent treatment, but against someone who maliciously destroyed her things, Alice was prone to retaliate without warning. Oops, I figured I'd do that someday, but I couldn't have picked the worst time. Ako sighed herself when she... Okay, let's count it as if it was 15's bullet, like she's half her load. Even she was exasperated by her own stupidity, yet she couldn't help to feel a pang of relief. Maybe it was 19? Shit! She did not intend to make any excuses, and she had no regrets. If she had broken the rules, then so had Alice. Aoko. Well, how'd I put it? If anything, this took a load off her mind. After all, now there was no going back. Oko never intended to break her own rules. Rules of nature. If there was anything for Oko to regret, it was putting too little power into her shot. I have a problem with this guy dying tonight, so we can reschedule the execution? What difference does a day make? To Oko, it was simply natural to take on a pro bono case in defense of an innocent suspect. Is this personal? So what if it is? You know that paying back my debts is pretty important to me. More important than our agreement? Sure, depending on time and place. Sujiro's human rights was not yet entered the argument. The girls were busy pouring oil on each other's flames. The girl clad in black was first to move, or rather to erupt. I see. I understand how you feel, Aoko. But I'm going to have to kill him here. I believe that you would let him live. Shall I take that to mean that you're ready to fight me for it? You know damn well, I'd rather not. Oko bit back and retort. She was very familiar with Alice's magecraft. She knew painfully well how many mystics were hidden in Alice's tiny body. Ooh. The odds of victory were essentially non-existent, and once the first shot had been fired, Alice Kuonji was without mercy. Kuonji. It's not French, Nero. Come on, it's not Latin, it's not French, it's Japanese. You say every syllable as you see them. When facing a roommate or a friend, a most beloved family member or a stranger, once Alice began to fight as a witch, she became a heartless, inflappable monster. She's so cool. Oko advanced a half step towards it, as if to encourage herself. It was too late to back down now. The situation was no longer a trivial quarrel over witness. The bedrock of her so-called friendship was nothing to do with their individual abilities and everything to do with being equals in will. That is why, in order to stay true to herself, Oko had no room for compromise or deception. And of course, I'm going to make sure this idiot lives, even if it means killing you. And besides... Lower squirrel. Her magic circled howl as they kicked into gear. Her body, which had mostly been dormant during the battle with a puppet, ignited, preparing to demonstrate its true worth. We're going to end up killing each other in the end anyway. Nice. Her courage overpowered any fear she had for her opponent. Turning her body, her magic circuit, to become like a barrel of a gun, Oko fired a magic bullet. It was an exceedingly basic magicraft formula. Questioning this decision of writing another magic battle scene right after the previous one. I don't know. I think it needs an editor. I already said it before. It really needs an editor. Just somebody to edit it a bit so it would be more comprehensible and it didn't have all the repetition and unnecessary parts. It doesn't really come back later. I mean, maybe they will. Who am I to say that they won't? But I have a gut feeling they're not gonna come back. There was no nature interference, no creating of wind, parting of water, nor hastening of decay. It was simply the process of converting the imaginary activity known as magical energy into something real before releasing it as heat. Thus, Oko's destructive power was equal to her supply of magical energy. The magic bullet she had used against Sojiro was among the most basic, single action magecraft that did not require an incantation. At her present ability, Aoko's main mode of attack, her magic bullet, could be fired at 3 levels of power. These were at the 2nd level. This required a double action magecraft, a cast into activation of a crest combined with a simplified incantation. So I have to say that this is all fan service part, like it's not necessary for the plot. And it's never in Nasu media all Nasu media that I consumed, it's never part of a plot. So, and I like this part. Like, I enjoyed this fan service a lot. It's... I wonder, what's like other types of fan service I enjoy? I kind of enjoy mecha fights, but not too much. I don't really like if it's like Victory Gundam and there is mecha fight, every other stuff. I enjoy character designs, I don't know if you can qualify it as fan service, but it doesn't really, character design doesn't really have any value to the plot, but they're still here and they're like mass point of appeal to an audience, so maybe. I enjoy magical girl fights. I enjoy those a lot too. But I don't really like battle manga fights. I think those are mid. Unless it's JoJo. In JoJo those are fun. Obviously I don't really like horny stuff. Well, let's not talk about it. This requires a double action magecraft. The casting, I feel like I'm forgetting like a big chunk of fanservice content, but I cannot remember what it is. This required a double action magecraft. What is this, D&D? The casting through activation of your crest combined with a simplified incantation. However, without blinking, Alice has dispelled the shot that Olga has mastered all of your spit to fire. I don't know. Okay, this was all because I wanted to say I would cut this part whatsoever. Like the part of them fighting, it kind of feels natural for me to. So you would like just cut this part and then reveal both of their abilities later in the story, maybe when they fight seriously. I don't know. I think it's too much bullshit in a row. You would cut this all fighting part and you would like go to them just being exhausted and fighting each other and Sujiro being in the background like, oh yeah, smiling in the camera without blinking. Also, this burst the shot that Ayako had mastered all of his spirit to fire. I love Sujiro. I think the story would be kind of insufferable without Sujiro in it. Like he's such a precious source of humorous content. Oko does it in frustration. A swift sneak attack that used a simplified incantation that would not be enough to break Alice's guard. As stiff as ever, I see. Don't you think that shell is making you complacent? Oko provoked Alice in order to disguise her own lack of composure. Sorry. Alice is so British. Somehow Alice seemed delighted by Oko's bravado. I suppose this is what they call fighting words. I've never fought to the death for such a trivial reason. Oh, did you see that Alice had like buttons here in her shoulders of the coat? Oh, is this how it's made? And is this how it stays? With 2 buttons on her? This is cool design, man. Okay, sorry. I'm really shocked. Humans are such conceited creature. Bitch, you're a human. Alice giggled. Smiling with heartfelt, amazement. Alice gestured her left hand towards the earth. Left hand of darkness? I don't know. Oh my god, look at... Zap. Stop. Okay. Countless utensils shot out from underneath the cobblestone paving the plaza. Shizuki, get back! She grabbed his hand as she shouted. I wish I was building Kampla right now, sir. Jumping backwards before he even had a chance to respond. As if they had wheels of their own, the utensils had suddenly appeared from the ground, gave chase. As the barrier of spears grew around them, Aoko and Sujiro put some distance between themselves in a clock tower. Clock tower? Mental illness. That's all you got? Just under 30 feet stood between them and all this. Like, this is enjoyable concept for magic, and I like Alice a lot, but do we really need it right now? The little weapon... I wish we just proceeded with the plot! We didn't have any plot for like... 10 hours. Little weapon that had crumbled the stone beneath them fell short of what Aoko had anticipated. They now encircled the clock tower, making the scene look like the burning of a witch at a stake. Isn't this backwards? You'd expect the spears to try and stop us from escaping. The path behind them was safe. If they wanted, they could try to make a break for the main gate and escape. Are you sure about this, Alice? Sorry, but if you're going to let me escape, I'm not going to pass the chance up. If she could just make it back to town, it would be Aoko's win. If she wanted to do was left Sejuro get away for the night, so if she could get him back to the city, it would be, for the most part, mission accomplished. Ooh, what's that? Or so she had thought. Without even offering a glance at her target below, Alice carefully and lovingly pulled a bottle from her pocket. Green flask. Wait, that's... Tonikaku, fire. Did I say out loud that it gives me big Minako vibes? Her shot was deflected with ease. Gone with Aoko's earlier bravado? It was only natural. Aoko had indeed grown as a mage. Over the last 2 years of study, his studies had progressed well, and she'd more or less gotten a grasp of her roommate's tendencies and abilities. Cutie, look at her. This had made her conceited enough to believe that, under favorable circumstances, she'd be able to show Alice a thing or two in a fight. Alice uncorked the magical bottle. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek. I have such a reaction. Diddle diddle flew as the new player stepped onto the stage. Who is it? But from where would it enter? The sound of footsteps and nostalgic parade approached. Yeah, nobody gonna question it before. Oh yeah, Alice, great idea. This looks cool. This was a cool transition, like really cool. Oh yeah, Alice, good idea to turn all the lights on in this part that people could see from your own town. This will not attract any more people to kill. This is so sneaky, huh, Alice? Okay, they're gonna say this, they're like in some sort of magical field and people cannot see it or something, right? This is the logical conclusion. What emerged was a miracle that Aoko Ozaki, an apprentice mage, had never witnessed. The dead came to life. The inanimate awakened. The woods were enveloped by the mist. Oh, okay, so it's chill. Fire-breaking lizards lurked in the swamps, probably. But made merry at midnight. As Kuonji, slender fingers had transfigured the entirety of park, as if gently stroking the back of an elderly cat. Very well. Let us play pretend, Aoko. One night, the wasteland of dashed hopes and dreams was restored to its former glory. My tummy hurts. The moon. It was a monster ready to devour reality. Yo! She's so cool. It was an immortal monster ready to devour reality. A dark fairy tale that, once unleashed, would never let its prey escape. Run if you dare. I don't believe you'll get far, but if you can survive the night, we'll concede there's round for you. Her declaration marked the start of a desperate battle. The witch in black laughed at your friend. Your musical mirth filled with affection, sadness, and innocent light. Cutesy will. Faded glory returned to Cutesy Land. The neon glow of innumerable lights illuminated the night. Speakers filled the air with the sound of vinyl music. Merry-go-round, small and large, whirled around and around. All in all, it made for a mind-bending spectacle. It was certainly possible to power the facilities by transmuting magical energy onto electricity via alchemy. That said, simply supplying the park with electricity would not have brought back to life that which was broken. The young woman did not did this not by mixing chemicals into a compound, but by melting down divine providence into a witch's brew. This is bad. I've seen her ploys, and this one is something completely new. Setto, connecting. Shifting her anxiety, Oko fired up the crest of her right arm. If magic circuit were mage's engine, then the crest was software that assisted their mage growth. Shut up! Not the fledgling mage Oko, this was her trump card. She had to do was supply magical energy to her crest-based formula. It may not have been the strongest magecraft, but it was hers, proof that she was the successor of the Alzaki lineage. Execute double layer, direct current to crest. What? The pattern of your crest shifted to execute the formula, which then connected to her magic circuits. The process resembling trains, charging rails, a puzzle evolving dozen of circuits. She connected it as swiftly as possible without sacrificing the quality of its construction. Damn, she made Wi-Fi. Instant magecraft cast without an incantation would not be enough to reach Alice Kuonji. Oko had guarded the strength of Alice's defense with her initial shot. She would dial up the power 5 times the next time, driving 20 tons of force into her target. Alice had the projection of the trick, hanging fog of the dense barrier around her. However, this attack would be more than enough to pierce through both. If Oko struck home, it would cave in Alice's chest and end wide. At worst, meow. It would at least knock Alice down from her position atop the clock tower. Sorry? Hey, I have a question. As always, there was one guy who spoiled the deadly tension. One guy pulling Oko out of a killer mood. Sujiro had been looking back and forth between Oko and Alice in confusion. Oh, what's going on now? She said it like he might ask for direction on a train station. Just kill him, Oko, it's okay. Normally she would have lashed out in response, but his deadly serious tone shocked rather than angered her. Unbelievable, is this my life now? Yeah. Drop Sujiro, go back to Alice, ask for forgiveness on your knees. Oko swallowed back a sign and returned her focus to activating her crest. Sorry. Negotiations have broken down. I pissed her off a bit too much. From her perspective, this is a good chance to kill me off, along with the entire theme park, I guess. Sujiro tilted his head as if begging for a simpler explanation. She's really got it in for me. I can't even imagine what sort of death she has in store if she catches me. What I'm saying is, neither of us getting out of this alive unless we do something about her. So you're saying I got dragged into your quarrel? Pretty much. Sujiro protested in a tone wholly inappropriate to the situation. Oko let another blast rip from her right arm. She was not aiming at Sujiro though. A little early in the day, Oko would have been happy to do exactly that, but now her attention was focused on the girl in black at the top of a clock tower. You both pretty hot-headed, that's true. I guess I agree with that. Oh, look at the horses. Akumine struggled to catch up to her astonishment. She had fired the strongest, fastest magic bullet she had the ability to conjure, and Alice blocked it. That much was to be expected. Then Alice said he might defend himself. Such an attack was a childish play. But what just happened? Something Oko had never seen before leapt to Alice's defense. A team of horses? A plague of locusts? No, those existed in the real world, unlike that Oko had just witnessed. Normal creatures could not form like a spontaneous cloud of fog and then dissipate just as quickly into the night sky. That's true. What? Impossible things move in impossible ways. I love when spirits are in negative. Alice had not even supplying them with any power source. Those things never needed power in the first place. Those broken and discarded things did not follow the rules of mankind. This was an invasion of fairy tales. I love those designs. It's kinda nice. Compared to them, the automaton looked merciful. Autonomous puppets were products of magecraft, but even then they behaved as puppets should. These newly animated things, however, were nothing of the sort. This is fun that somebody like sat down and made all of those designs, which all look kinda out of place in this anime game. But I love them, this looks awesome. Empty vessels became living creatures, dummies wrapped into malformed beings. There was a fog so dense with magical energy it visibly spread to all corners of the park, bringing with it a monstrous welcoming party that easily numbered over 1,000. Pew pew pew, spurred by a shuddering sensation running down his spine, Alkov fired a barrage of single-action magical bullets. Somebody count all of those! Dun 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 dun. It was 5, I think, right? Yeah, impulsive attacks gathered futilely, forgive me. The knights of a merry-go-round soared into the sky. Green, fire-breathing lizards flocked. The bakeries? Oh yeah, the bread factory, of course, opened the doors once again, and human-sized loaves of fresh bread marched from their own ovens as platoons of newly baked soldiers. Aozaki, behind you. Oh yeah, bread people, crazy. Oko and Sejiro were completely surrounded. This is like the Shrek 2 ending? The Ferris wheel creaked as it gently turned. A rickety train car raced toward the roller coaster tracks with kid seats, tears streaming down his face abroad. She's so cute. It was a glossy, twisted fantasy. The girl in the black register over the... I can't breathe. The girl in black reigned over the insanity-fueled park. More tea, hold on. Oh, now we're scared. Oko was transfixed by the scene unfolding around her, then she realized what was happening. Screwed. Here we go. Oh, I know what it is. Alice had once told her of Mainster's familiars. Among them, there were 3 of particular notoriety, one of which she recalled being capable of something similar to this. And it was called... Ploy... Kiksha... Flat Snark. Snark? Lewis Carroll mentioned? Huh? Kiksha. Kiksha? Oh well, she's Alice, so... Kiksha is food? Really? Okay, I trust you. Well, snarks are from Alice. Is his name? What's his first name? Lewis Carroll. Charles. What? Why do I want to say another word before Lewis Carroll? Why do I want to say Alice Lewis Carroll? French. Anyway, yeah, it's from the Hunting of a Snark. It's like a math-based poem or something. I was really into it when I was younger. Do you want to read it? How long is this? Oh, it's pretty long. Whoa, it's so long. Do you want fuck reading? Oh, it's going to your. Do you want to read The Hunting of a Snark? It's so long. Let's start. With the first landing. Just the place for a snark, the bellman cried, as he landed his crew with care. supporting each man on top of her tied by a finger entwined in his hair. Just a place for a snark, I have said it twice. That alone should encourage the crew. Just a place for a snark, I have said it thrice. What I tell you 3 times is true. It's like in fairy tales. A crew was complete. It included a boots, a maker of bonnet and hoods, a barrister brought to arrange their disputes, and a broker to value their goods. A billiard maker whose skills was immense might perhaps have won more than his share, but a banker engaged at enormous expense had the whole of their cash in his care. There was also a beaver. A beaver? A beaver? That placed on a deck, or would sit making lace in a bow. Ooh, really? Can I have this beaver? And had often, the bellman said, saved them from wreck, though none of the sailors knew how. Okay, that's promising. There was one who was famed for the number of things he forgot when he entered the ship. His umbrella, his watch, all his jewels and rings. Are we still streaming? Electricity just dropped. No, we're chill. His umbrella, his watch, all his jewels and rings, and the clothes he had brought for the trip. He had 42 boxes, all carefully packed, with his name printed clearly on each. This is nice that it still rhymes, surprisingly, but since he omitted to mention the fact, they were all left behind on a beach. Nice. The loss of his clothes hardly mattered because he had 7 coats on when he came, with the 3 pairs of boots, but the worst of it was he had wholly forgotten his name. He would answer to hide, or to any loud cry, such as "Fry me," or "Fritter my wig," to what you call, to what was his name, but especially thin, a jig, okay? Well, for those who prefer more forcible word, he had different names from these. His intimate friend called him Candle Ants, and his enemies Toasted Cheese. Cute. I just realized I can make a page text bigger. His form is ungainly, his intellect small, so the bellman would often remark, "Fuck off, bellman," but his courage is perfect, and that, after all, is the thing that one need with a snark. What the fuck is snark? He would joke with the hyenas, returning their stare with an imprudent wag of a head. Sorry, when I said I was into this poem when I was younger, I meant its translated version. I never read the English version before now. And he once went a walk, paw in paw with a bear, just to keep up its spirits, he said. He came as a baker, but owned then too late, and had doffed the bellman half mad. He could only bake bride cake, for which, I may state, no materials were to be had. The last of the crew needs a special remark, though he looked an incredible dunce. He had just one idea, but that one being snark. The good bedman engaged him at once. He came as a butcher, but gravely declared, when the ship had been sailing a week, he could only kill beavers. The bellman looked scared, and was almost too frightened to speak, but at length he explained in a tremulous tone, there was only one beaver on board, and that was a tame one he had on his own, whose death would be deeply deplored. The beaver, who happened to hear the remark, protested with tears in its eyes that not even the rapture of hunting the snark would atone for this dismal surprise. It strongly advised that the butcher should be conveyed in a separate ship, but the bellman declared it would never agree with the plans he had made for the trip. Navigation had always a difficult art. There was only one ship and one bell. Why do you need bell? And he feared he must really decline, for his part, undertaking another as well. The beaver's best course was, no doubt, to procure a second-hand dagger-proof coat. Nice. So the baker advised it the next to ensure its life in some office of note. This the banker suggested, and offered for hire on moderate terms, or for sale to excellent policies, and one one against fire and one against damage from hail. Okay, yet still, ever after that sorrowful day, whenever the butcher was by, the beaver kept looking the opposite way and appeared unaccountably shy. Rip to the beaver, they give beaver PTSD, that's crazy. Fit the second, the bellman speech. Okay, I'm kinda committed now. Hold on, how long can it possibly be? It's pretty long. It's pretty long, but it's gonna be okay. We're gonna read it. It's okay. Sorry. I'm sorry I was bored. Now we're doing worthless stuff. The bellman himself, they all praised to the skies, such a carriage, such ease and such grace, such solemnity too, one could see he was wise the moment one looked in its face. He had brought a large mop, representing the sea without the least— I wanna know if they cut this dark or not— without the least vestige of a land, and the crew were much pleased when they found it to be a map they could all understand. That's what's the good of Mercators? Mercators? North Pole and Equators. Mercators? North Poles and Equators, tropic zones and meridian lines, to the bellman would cry, and the crew would reply, they are merely conventional signs. Other maps are such shapes, with their islands and capes, but we've got one brave captain to thank, so the crew would protest that he's brought us the best, a perfect and absolute blank. This was charming, no doubt, but they shortly found out that the captain they trusted so well had only one notion for crossing the ocean, and that was to tingle his bell. He was thoughtful and grave, but the orders he gave were enough to bewilder a crew. When he cried, steer to the starboard, but keep your head labored. What on earth was the helmsman to do? When the bowsprit got mixed with the rudder, sometimes, a thing, as the bellman remarked, that frequently happens in tropical climes, when a vessel is, so to speak, snarked. But the principal failing occurred in the sailing, and the bellman, perplexed and distressed, sailed he had hoped, at least, when the wind blew to east, that the ship would not travel due west. But the danger was past. They had landed at last, with their boxes, portmanteaus, and bags. Yet at first the crew were not pleased with the view, which consisted of charms and crowds. The bellman perceived that their spirits were low, and repeated in musical tones some jokes he had kept for a season of woe, but the crew would do nothing but groan. He served out some grogs with a liberal hand. Liberal? And and bade them sit down on the beach, and they could not but own that their captain looked grand as he stood and delivered his speech. Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ear. They were all of them fond of quotations. Quotations? So he drank to his health, and they gave him 3 cheers, which he served out additional rations. This is mass involved in this. We have sailed many months, we have sailed many weeks, for weeks to the months you may mark, but never as yet, 'tis you, captain, who speaks, have we caught the least glimpse of a snark. That's true. We have sailed many weeks, we have sailed many days, 7 days to the week I allow, but the snark on which we might lovingly gaze, we have never beheld till now. Come listen, my man, while I tell you again the 5 unmistakable marks by which you may know whatsoever you go, the warranted genuine snarks. Let us take them in order. First is the taste, which is meager and hollow but crisp, like a coat that is rather too tight in its waist, and a flavor of will-o'-the-wisp. Okay, the habit of getting a plate, you'll agree that it carries too far when I say that I frequently breakfast at 5 o'clock tea and dines on the following day. Hold on, I need to move it. Okay, moved it. Here we go. Now if somebody yells at me at chat for doing nothing, I can ignore it again. It's habit of getting a plate, you'll agree, that it carries too far than I say, that is frequently breakfast at 5 o'clock tea and it... Can I make it bigger? I can. And dines on the following day. The third is the slowness in taking a jest, should you happen to venture on one. Okay? Snarks do not understand jokes, that's cool. It will sigh like a thing that is deeply distressed, and it always looks grave at the pun, to force its fondness of bathing machines, which is constantly carried about, and believed that they add to the beauty of scenes, a sentiment open to doubt. Washing machines? Huh? The fifth exhibition is in next will be right to describe each particular batch, distinguishing those that have feathers and bite from those that have whiskers and scratch. Okay, so is this like a cat? For although common snarks do no manner of harm, yet I feel it my duty to say, some boojums? The bellman broke off in alarm, for the baker had fainted away. Rip, fit dessert, baker's tale. Whoa, everybody has a tale. We did not even read the half of it. I don't give a shit, I'm committing. They roused him with Sanko's fallacy. They roused him with muffins. They roused him with ice. They roused him with mustard and cress. They roused him with jam and judicious advice. They set him drums to guess. This is really hard for me to read, I'm sorry. When at length he sat up and was able to speak, he said story he offered to tell, and the bellman cried silence, stood in a shriek, and excitedly tingled his bell. There was silence supreme, not a shriek, not a scream, scarcely even a howl or a groan, as the man they called Ho, told his story of woe in antediluvian tone? Of or belonging to the time before biblical flood, okay? My father and mother were honest, though poor. Skip all that, cried the bellman with haste. If it once becomes dark, there is no chance of snark. We have hardly a minute to waste. I skipped 40 years, said the baker in tears, and processed without further remark to the day when you took me abroad of your ship to help you in hunting the snark. A dear uncle of mine, after whom I was named, Baker? Okay, when I bade him farewell, oh, skip your dear uncle, the bellman exclaimed, and he angrily tingled his bell. Can you stop doing this? It makes me feel uncomfortable. He remarked to me then, okay, water. Do you hear circus music in the background? He remarked to me then, said the mildest of men, if you snark, be a snark, that is right. Fetch it home by all means. You may serve it with greens, and it's handy for striking a light. You may seek it with thimbles, and seek it with care. You may hunt it with forks and hope. You may threaten its life with a railway share. You may charm it with smiles and soap. That's exactly the method, the bellman bawled. It's a hastily parenthesis cried. In a hastily parenthesis cried. It's in parentheses, that's true. That's exactly the way I have always been told that the capture of snark should be tried. But oh, beamish nephew, beware of the day if you snark be a boojum. What the fuck is a boojum? Boojum? Boojum is a British-owned chain of Mexican fast food? Okay, whatever. Then you will softly and suddenly vanish away and never be met with again. It is this that oppresses my soul when I think of my uncle's last word, and my heart is like nothing too much at a ball, brimming over the quivering curds? Is a final dairy product of a first stage in cheesemaking. Okay. I don't think it's it at all. It is this, we have had that before, the bellman indignantly says, and the baker replied, let me say it once more, this is this that I dread. I engage with a snark every night after dark in a dreamy delirious fight. I served it with greens and no shadowy scenes, and I use it for striking a light. But if ever I met with a boojum that day, in a moment of this I am sure I should softly and suddenly vanish away, at a notion I cannot endure. Okay, he's scared of dying, still not halfway through. Fit the force, the hunting. The bellman looked uffish, and wrinkled his brow. If only you'd spoken before. It's excessively awkward to mention it now with a snark, so to speak, at the door, is it? We should all of us reef, as your way may believe, if you never met with again. But surely, my man, when the voyage began, you might have suggested it then? It's exclusively awkward to mention it now, as I think I've already remarked. And the man they called High, High? Replied with a sigh, I inform you the day we embarked. You may charge me with murder or want of sense, We are all of us weak at times, but the slightest approach of a false pretense was never among my crimes. Among my crimes? I said it in Hebrew, I said it in Dutch, I said it in German and Greek, but I wholly forgot, and it vexes me much, that English is what you speak. It's a pitiful tale, said Bellman, whose face had grown longer at every word, but now you've stated this whole of your case, more debate would be simply absurd. The rest of my speech he explained to his men. You shall hear when I have leisure to speak it, but the snark is at hand, let me tell you again, 'tis your glorious duty to seek it with thimbles, to seek it with care, to pursue it with forks and hope. So you want to eat it, to threaten its life with a railway share, to charm with its smiles and soap. For the snark's peculiar creature, that won't be caught in the commonplace way, do all you know and try all you don't. Do all you know and try all you don't. That's fun, that's a fun line. Not a chance must be wasted today. For England expects, I forbear to proceed, 'tis a maxim tremendous, but right. And you best be unpacking the things that you need to rig yourself for a fight. Then the banker endorsed a blank check, which he crossed, and changed his loose silver for notes. The baker with care combined his whiskers and hair. Whiskers? Whiskers, you say. He shook the dust out of his coat. The boots in the broker were sharpened as spade, each working a grindstone in turn, but the beaver went on making lace. Beaver is so based. Beaver is my favorite character, and displayed no interest and concern. That's crazy that they had like a concept of a mascot in 1850. That's crazy. The barbarians tried to appear to its pride, and vainly proceeded to cite a number of cases in which making laces had been proved an infringement of right. Okay. The maker of bonnets ferociously planned a novel arrangement of bows, while the billiard maker with quivering hand was chalking the tip of its nose. But the butcher turned nervous and dressed himself fine with a yellow kid gloves and a ruff. He said he felt it exactly like going to dine, which the bellman declared was a stuff? He was dying with stuff? Okay. Introduce me, now there is a good fellow, he said, if we happen to meet it together, and the bellman, sagaciously nodding his head, said, this must depend on the matter. The beaver were simply gallumping about. I would rather build Gampla. Sorry. It's seeing the butcher so shy. Fever dream of his dream, sorry. And even the baker, though stupid and stout, made an effort to wink with one eye. Ooh, be a man, said the bellman in wrath, as he heard the butcher beginning to sob. Should we meet with a job, the desperate bird? We shall need all our strength for the job. With the fifths, we're halfway through the beaver's lesson. They thought it with thimbles. Thimbles? 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 They sought it with care, they pursued it with forks and hope, they treaded its life with a railway share. What the hell is railway share? Are they talking about stocks, or are they talking like dumping it under the railway? What are they on about? They claim they charmed it with smiles and soap. When the butcher contrived an ingenious plan for making a separate sally, and had fixed on a spot unfrequented by men a dismissal and desolate valley, but the very same plain. For some reason, this part reminds me of Kingdom Hearts. I don't know why, but I like, oh my god, it's just like Kingdom Hearts. My brain told me that, I don't know. But the very same plan to the beaver occurred. It had chosen the very same place, yet neither betrayed by a sign or a word the disgust that appeared in its face. Each thought he was thinking of nothing but snark, in a glorious work of a day, and each tried to pretend that he did not remark that the other was going this way. But the valley grew narrow and narrower still, and the evening got darker and colder, till, merely from nervousness, not from goodwill, they marched along shoulder to shoulder. Then a scream, shrill and high, rent the shuddering sky, and they knew that some danger was near. The beaver turned pale to the tip of his tail, and even the butcher felt queer. Gay character, sorry. He thought of his childhood left far behind, that blissful and innocent state. The sound so exactly recalled to his mind a pencil that squeaked on its slate. "'Tis the voice of a Jub-Jub," he suddenly cried. "This man that they used to call Dunce." "Dunce? As the bellman will tell you," he added with pride, "I have uttered that sentiment once. 'Tis the note of a Jub-Jub, keep count, I dread. You will find that I have told you twice. 'Tis the song of a Jub-Jub, the proof is complete, if I only had stated it thrice." The beaver had counted this with scrupulous care, attending to every word, but it fairly lost heart and outgrape in despair when the third repetition occurred. "Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice? This is plot of One Piece." It felt that, in spite of possible pains, it had somehow continued to lose count, and the only thing now was to rack its poor brains by beckoning up the amount. 2 out of 1, if that could be but if that could but be done, he said, with one's finger and thumbs, recollecting with tears how in earlier years it had taken no pains with the sums. "The thing can be done," said the butcher, "I think. The thing must be done, I am sure. The thing shall be done. Bring me paper and ink. The best there it's time to procure." The beaver brought paper, portfolio, pens. The ink is in unfading supplies, while strange creepy creatures came out of their dens and watching them with wondering eyes. So engrossed was the butcher he needed them not, as he wrote with a pen in each hand, and explained all the while in popular style, which the beaver could well understand. Taking 3 as a subject to reason about, a convenient number to state, we had 7 and 10, then multiply out by 1,000, diminished by 8. 10, 20, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 20,000, 20,000 divided by 8. I don't know, I'm not gonna do math. The result will proceed to divide as you see by the 992, then subtract 17, and the answer must be exactly and perfectly true. The method employed I would gladly explain, while I have it so clear in my head, if I had but a time and you had but the brain, but must yet remain to be said. This is like a bit that was longer than 5 minutes, and it was bad. In the moment I've seen that the Hitherto, I don't know how to read this. Hold on. Hitherto? Hitherto? Huh? Hitherto? Fuck off. I have seen that has hitherto been enveloped in absolute mystery, and without extra charge I will give you at large a lesson in natural history. Not again. In his general way he proceeded to say, forgetting your loss of prosperity. I love when they say loss of prosperity. I'm sorry for reacting to the poem, and that giving instructions without introduction would have caused quite a thrill in society. Would it? As to temper the Jub-Jub's desperate bird, since it lives in perpetual passion. Does it? Its taste and consume is entirely absurd. It is ages ahead of a fashion. But it know any friends it has met before. It had never looked at a bribe. And in charity meeting it stands at the door and collects through it doors not subscribe. Its flavor when cooked is more exquisite far than mutton or oysters or eggs. Those assholes just hunting birds for food. That's crazy. Some think it keeps best in an ivory jar, and some in mahogany kegs. You boil it in stardust, you salt it with glue, you condense it with locust and tape, still keeping one principal object in view to perceive its symmetrical shape. The butcher would gladly have talked till next day, but he felt that the lesson must end, and he wept with delight in attempting to say, considered the beaver with his friend, while the beaver confessed with affectionate look more eloquent than tears. more eloquent even than tears, he had learned in 10 minutes far more than all books would have taught in 70 years. Nice. Nice. Friendship. Character development. We read this in like 20 minutes, and it has more character development and more going on than in 10 hours of Mahoyo. I'm sorry. They return hand in hand, and the bellman, unnamed for a moment with noble emotion, says this amply replace all the wearisome days we have spent on a billowy ocean. Such friends as a beaver and butcher became have seldom, if even, been known in winter or summer. 'Twas always the same. You could never meet either alone. Nice! They're besties now! And when quarrel arose, as one frequently finds quarrels will, spite of every endeavor, the sum of a jub recurred in their minds, and cemented their friendship forever. Nice! Fit the six, the barrister's dream. We're almost done. They sought it with symbols, they sought it with care, they pursued it with works and hope, they treated its life as a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. I like when they repeat stuff. But the barrister, a lawyer. Okay. Very provoking and vain that the beaver's lace-making was wrong, fell asleep, and in dreams he saw creatures quite plain that his fancy had dwelt on some lawn. He dreamed that he stood in a shadowy court, where the snark with a glass in its eye, dressed in gown dense and weak, was defending a pig on a charge of deserting its sty. The witnesses proved without error of flaw that this sty? What's sty? Pig pen? A pen or enclosure of pigs? Okay. Sty. Oh! Sty! Okay. Was deserted then found. And the judge kept explaining the state of a law in a soft undercurrent of sound. The indictment has never been clearly expressed, and it seemed that the snark has begun and had spoken 3 hours before anyone guessed that the pig was supposed to have done. The jury had each formed a different view long before the indictment was read. Wow, criticizing the court. And they all spoke at once, so that none of them knew one word that the other had said. "You must know," said the judge, but the snark exclaimed, "Fudge! He allowed to swear? That statue is absolute quiet. Let me tell you, my friend, that the whole question depends on an ancient memorial right." In a matter of treason, the pig would appear to have aided but scarcely abetted, while the charge of insolvency fails. It is clear, if you grant the plea never indebit. The fact of desertion I will not dispute, but its guilt, as I trust, is removed, so far as relates to the costs of a suit, by the alibi which has been proved. This is really hard to read. My poor client's fate now depends on your votes. Here the speaker sat down in its place and directed the judge to refer to its notes and briefly to sum up the case. But the judge said he never had summed up before. To the snark undertook summed up. It's about math. So the snark undertook it instead, and summed it so well that it came to far more than the witness had ever had said. When the verdict was called for, the jury declined, as the kangaroo court, as the word was so puzzling to spell, but they ventured to hope that the snarks wouldn't mind undertaking the duty as well. The snark found the verdict, although as it owned it was spent with the toils of the day. When it said the word "guilty," the jury all groaned, and some of them fainted away. "No, Felix, not again!" When the snark pronounced sentence, the judge, being quite too nervous to utter the word, "Can you believe this shit predicted One Piece?" And, ice attorney? When it rose to its feet, there was silence like night, and the fall of a pin might be heard. They missing? And snark is like a bird, right? So they have bird in the court? Reminds you of something? Anyway, and the fall of a pin might be heard. Transportation for life. Transportation for life was the sentence it gave, and then to be fined £40. The jury all cheered, though the judge said he feared that the face was not legally sound. But their wild consultation was suddenly checked when the jailer informed them with tears such a sentence would have not the slightest effect, as the pig had been dead for some years. Holy shit, the twist. The judge left the court. This is kind of... It gives me chills, sorry. The judge left the court looking deeply disgusted, but the snark, though little aghast, as the lawyer to whom the defense was entrusted, went blowing on to the last. Thus the barrister dreamed, while the bellowing seemed to grow every moment more clear, till he woke to the knell of a furious bell, which the bellman ran close to its ear. Fit the seventh, banker's fate. Banker? Whatever. They sought it with timbrels, they sought it with care, they pursued with the forks and hope, they threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. And the banker, inspired with courage so new, it was matter for general remark, rushed madly ahead, and was lost to their view, in the zeal to discover the snark. Okay, banker is like the evil one, the evil capitalist. There was no capitalist in 1850, but people knew about greed, okay? But well, he was seeking with timbrels and care. Wait. Was there no capitalist in 1980? 1950? 1850? Well, in 1950, capitalism was like in all its in all its color. But while he was seeking the timbrels and care, a bandersnatch swiftly drew nigh and grabbed the banker, who shrieked. I cannot say this word, I'm sorry. Hold on, can Google person? Oh my god, I can print the word bunker.
Banker.
Banker. Whoa.
Banker.
Banker. This is some anime girl saying.
Banker.
Banker. Okay. At the banker, who shrieked in despair, for he knew it was useless to fly. He offered large discount, he offered a check drawn to bear for £7.10, and the bandersnatch merely extended its neck and grabbed the banker again. Banker, without rests or pause, while those few minutes just went savagely stomping around, he skipped and he hoped, and he floundered and flopped, till fainting he fell to the ground. The bandersnatch fled as the others appeared, led on by the fear-seeking yell, as the bellman remarked, "It is just as I feared," and solemnly tolled its bell. He was black in the face, and they scarcely could trace the least likeness to what he had been, also great in his fright that his waistcoat turned white, a wonderful thing to be seen. Okay, this is fun. To the horror of all who were present that day, he uprose in full evening dress, and with senseless grimaces endeavored to say that his tone could no longer express. Down he sunk in a chair, ran his hand through his hair, and chanted in mimsiest cute tones words whose utter inanity proved his insanity, while he rattled a couple of bones. "Leave him here to his fate, it's getting so late," the bellman exclaimed in a fright. Oh my god, the bellman is a bitch. "We have lost half a day, and any farther delay, and we shan't catch a snark before night." With the eighth, the vanishing. Guess who's gonna vanish? They sought with the timbrels, they sought with the care, they pursued it with forks and hope, they threaded its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. They shuddered to think that the chase might fail, and the beaver, excited at last, went bounding along on the tip of its tail, for the daylight was nearly past. "There is Bob shouting," the bellman says. "He's shouting like mad, only hark! He's waving his hands, he's boggling his head. He certainly found a snark." They gazed in delight, while a butcher exclaimed, "He has always a desperate walk." They beheld him, their baker, their hero named to the top of a neighboring crag. Erect and sublime for a moment of time, in the next, that wild figure they saw, as if stunned by a spasm, plunged into a chasm, while they waited and listened in awe. "It's a snark," was the sound that first came to their ears, and seemed almost too good to be true. They followed a torrent of laughter and cheer, then the ominous words, "It's a book." Then silence. Some fancied they heard in the air a variant wandering sigh. It sounded like "jump," but the others declare it was only a breeze that went by. They hunted till darkness come on, but they found not a button or feather or mark, by which they could tell that they stood on the ground where the baker had met with a snark. In the midst of a word he was trying to say, in the midst of a laughter and glee, he had softly and suddenly vanished away. For the snark was a boojum, you see. Yay! It's done. I'm sorry, okay. Well, this was informative. The Haunting of Snark, subtitled An Agony in 8 Fits. Nice. Is a poem by Lewis Carroll. It's typically categorized as a nonsense poem. Excuse me, it has a lot of sense. It borrows the setting, some creatures, and 8 portmanteau. Ooh, from Carroll's earlier poem Jabberwocky, in its children's novel Through the Looking Glass. Nice. Anyway, this was fun. Sorry. Chloe Hickshaw, Flood Snark. Yep. Remember Mahoyo? Seriously, Ozaki, behind you. The peak of this dynamic is for one character to say the other character, "Oh, there is something behind you." Struck by Aoko's bullets, the creature exploded into splinters. It was clear Aoko's shots were becoming more powerful, but it was also the case of this being very less robust than your average automata. Cute. Shizuki, this way. Aoko turned away from the clock tower, grabbed his hand, and began to run. Oh my god, holding hands? Wait, Ozaki? Sorry, no time. We're running. Running? To where? Well, he says escaping, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Anywhere. She shouted as though trying to pursue herself as she valiantly cleared the path. Aoko's magic bullets flew like a scream. Blowing away the creature that blocked or simply gathered around their path, she made a hole for them to escape through. Nice. Can Shizuki, learn some magic while they're on the run? Magical bullets exploded like blue fireworks. Aoko and Juro ran down the bumpy brick road. Ooh, they bond, forged in heart of battle, went far beyond mutual convenience. They headed for the park exit at a full speed without exchanging a word or a look. The weirdness only extended as far as the park border, so they would be safe as long as they made it outside. But, no, not the bread people! Speaking of pure numbers, the difference in strength was 2 versus an army, or rather 1 versus an army. Sujiro was hardly useful in this situation, and manpower wasn't really the issue here, since they were facing puppets. You okay? Those were some giant pincers back there. Aoko shouted as she blasted away from the monsters that stood in her path. There was no time to stop for breath, or even to look back. Yeah, just barely, Giri. As Sujiro pursued, his voice too had naturally become shrill. 5 minutes earlier, they had broken. I know, I was here. They had broken out of the siege at Plaza surprisingly fast. It seemed that the residents' awakening deferred case by case, with larger creatures taking additional time. We're lucky. They're not the morning type. Aoko joked as she moved down the small fry that popped up. But then, it's actually baked. It's not fried. Without warning, something outrageous extended its way down from above them. The fuck is that? It was claws of a 60-foot lobster adorning the roof of a seafood restaurant. Fun. Its pincers were like a guillotine, and Aoko Sujiro cut across the front of a restaurant. The Red King pressed at a tremendous speed, keen on splitting them each in 2. Shizuki, hard about! This way is no good. The gate was just one of the sides of a restaurant, but they had to take a long way around in order to lose a giant lobster snapping at the heels. What's this musical composition? Waiting no longer, the detour has been a horde of monsters, too many to count. Yeah, just barely, Giri. Tojo called out in response, recalling how narrowly he had avoided his head being severed clean from its body. In front of us, what the heck is those? Are they freshly baked? Looks like it. In other words, they're the cannon fodder. Fodder? Yoko halted his sprint and set her chest into full operation. Range 7, 6, 5 yards. At this distance, Snapple take them down. Sliding along the brick path, she brandished her right arm. She loosed a shower of blood bullets. Of magic bullets. Blood Bullet? Remember Blood Bullet? The anime? That's crazy that I remember this opening. Snap with a single action spell that favored rate of fire over power, and it moved down the monsters with satisfying pops. Aozaki, more over there. Gulp, sorry. Roger that. Then she said she can only do 30 of those a day. Blue explosions bloom along the lamplit promenade. Hoko's curtain of fire fanned out. It was a marvelous star-mine fireworks show. The toy bread man turned to charcoal. We can do this. The goddess overpowered the numbers, but at this rate we'll be able to get out of here. Shizuki, I'd look over there. Looks clear to me. We should be able to approach the exit from the east. The birdie was a magical barrage that would leave an average spellcaster blue in the face, the novice mage proc to the siege. Meanwhile, a single bird keenly watched everything unfold. Cute. I thought birds were Alco's stuff. But she's chilling. Oh my god, it's a snitch bird! Jesus. Chirp, 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 chirp. The moment the blue bird descended to its master field of vision, it made its high-speech call. Cute. The girl listened expressionlessly to the report. No matter. Everything's going as expected. Even if she only knows how to shoot and destroy, the way Aoko uses magical energy is extraordinarily. Vastly formed familiars are no match for her. Oh my god, she secretly likes her! The robin flapped its wings as it teetered in response. Not a single lady in this story is not a tsundere. Perhaps it was criticizing Alice for complimenting Aoko. Oh my god, Alice is Ray. Why didn't I cut up on this before? What's the name of a character who's like emotionless? Kuder, I think. But she's just emotionless tsundere. It can be. Or perhaps it was jealous of Aoko for being praised by Alice. Ooh, Alice could barely make the sense of his chirping rant. Aoko Ozaki was a novice mage, and so just 2 years ago, she had grown up with no background in magecraft compared to Alice, who had raised as a witch from birth. Aoko possessed far less talent and experience. There was simply no comparison to be made. In the contest of skill in magecraft, 10 times out of 10, Alice would be declared the victor. However, this narrative changed when it came to a battle or for life or death. Alice Kuonji was not the type of mage suited to combat. Aoko Ozaki, on the other hand, was built for it. In a contest that pitted magical energy against magical energy, even Alice would concede that Aoko had the upper hand. Aoko's manipulation of magical energy was extraordinary. The scale of her magical circuits was smaller than that of Alice, but their rational speed, durability, and output quality, not to mention efficiency, were otherworldly. This was Aoko Ozaki's hallmark. Though she had many I love the birds moving. So she had many failings than handing sophisticated formula. In just 2 years of practice, Aoko had surpassed Alice in simple formula that merely required an energy input. Hold on. Sorry, it's chill. She also had the genuine instincts and adaptability. Though Aoko was not particularly proficient at executing magecraft, she was terrifyingly fast. If she had been born outside the Aozaki clan, she would have doubtless risen to fame as a competitive sharpshooter. What a pity. In a straight shootout, Alice did not stand a chance. Alice Koonji had never bothered to learn primitive magecraft like magic bullets in the first place. She was a classic puppeteer. A familiar served as her arms and legs to carry out all the particular of a battle. She's a little princess. It's cute. She's cute. Clock's ticking, Aoko. I'm happy to lend you all the ammunition you like, but after an hour, those bullets will be worthless. Chirping as if in agreement, Robin took flight. It had been nearly 10 minutes since Alice had made the amusement park into her dominion. To what would the green fog give birth next? Aoko and Sajiro, still running about, would soon come to understand the gravity of their situation. Shizuki, is this the way out? Yeah, the exit just around the store. Running non-stop at full speed had them at their limits, the breath rugged. The duo rounded the corner at breakneck pace. Amusement park though it was, this was still the infamous Kittyland. It would have taken a high school student 20 minutes to sprint the entire circumference of a park. And though they were now intimately familiar with the park's geography, it was changing beyond recognition. Transformation was not limited to the park's residents either. Ozaki? What? Hate to ask, but is it just me or the park getting bigger? It was cute. Their problem wasn't as mundane as mistaking the location of the exit, not the strange terrain. No, the park was wrapping and twisting in upon itself. Even as they ran, its structure was extending and growing like that of a living creature. Soon the pair noticed that the mob encircling them has grown even stronger. Entrusting her back to Sajiro, Aoko summoned all of her effort just to keep from whining. No one would blame Sajiro for covering in shock, but for Aoko to do the same? She bore responsibility for cutting and dragging him into this mess. She could not afford to succumb to panic. Pull yourself together, Aoko. The park was to end somewhere. It may be far, but the fence is right there. Even Flaunt Snark has its limits. Getting to the exit is the right choice, I think. But from here, it looked better part of a mile away. Up till now, they had been too concerned with simply running. Ichi knows, their breathing had become labored. If they had to run another mile without traits, they end up collapsing along the way. Breathing is so hard, man. Aozaki, how you holding up? Physically, I mean. What? The whisper from behind pulled Aoko back to reality. I'm fine, but I need to catch my breath. Good idea. We'll never make it out if we don't rest. You know, I never thought you would be okay with making a run for it. She let slip a giggle. Far from debilitated by panic, her comrade in arms had been analyzing the situation and forming an escape plan. Why don't we huddle up in one of those buildings for a while? I don't like it, but it's our best option right now. The Bradman has them completely surrounded. Perhaps this might have been a problem for an average person, but for Aoka, breaking through the formation to get to the building would be a cinch? The issue was which store to pick. She considered the characteristic of a transforming park, what would pose a danger and what was safe. The most important factor was not the strength or complexity of the building. Keep it simple, stupid. Shizuki, this way. After routing the monsters, Aoko hid behind the counter, soon followed by Sujiro. Get behind the counter. Counter, she says, counter. Cute. She was in a western shootout. Aoko squared off against monsters, using the counter as cover. I love Sujiro. It's awesome. The character is kind of bad, but his appearance in all those scenes is so nice. Bingo, nothing here can get snarkified. After assessing the current state of the enemy, Aoko sat down under the counter. What are they doing?
店の周りで
They
時間
stamping
だ
their
す
feet
ん
in
だ
frustration because they're angry that they can't get in. Nako gave the perplexed Sujiro a grin and took a moment to catch her breath. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue.
とりあえずコーヒーブレイクね
We'll take 5 here. This restaurant is the blandest place in the park, which makes it their Achilles
レ
heel.
ジスターも調理器
The
具も
register
最
and
近のものだし
utensils are all modern, and there are no mascot characters. It's just a bit too civilized for the snark to mess with.
スナーク
Snarko?
あいつらの名前よ
That's their name. Though Alice is the one who came up with it, I think. It doesn't really sound like her, but whatever. That's what they called. Excuse me? Alice, the British girl? Come on. Alice, the British LARPer? Perhaps now at ease from knowing they were safe, Sujiro seemed enthralled in her explanation. Aka could not help but chuckle at Sujiro and nodded sagely. It was certain that he had no idea what she was talking about. Normally the suit had irritated her, but this time she was grateful for the warmth of his strange sobriety.
それはともかく
It's good that you seem better, Ozaki. Mistaking her smile for composure, Sujiro broke into a smile himself. It was just another link in the chain of misunderstandings, but there was no need to redress it.
あれあなたから見ても
You can
わかる
tell? Yeah, my magic bullets are getting more powerful.
そりゃ
Well, you did chase me all
ミラーハ
around
ウス
the
で散々追い
house.
かけ回されたからなあの時と同じ動作なのに物騒さが増していれば嫌でもわかる
Well, you did chase me all around the house of mirrors while firing those things at me, so I guess you become really familiar with them for better or worse.
でもいいのか
Are you sure you're okay though? I remember you mentioning that you had a limited number of shots, but you fired at least 20 or 30 so far, right?
20-30じゃ
They,
効かない
they,
ぞ
it's come back!
あんた時々あれよね
You know, every now and then you... Hmm? Your opinion on him improves just a little bit.
なんでもない
Never mind. My bullets' increase in power is a simple matter of density of their magical energy. You've seen that fog around the park from a bit ago, right? It's a magical energy. Think of it as a fuel for my bullets. Magical energy was divided into 2 broad categories. First was... Odd. OD? Huh? Produced inside the mage's body. Second was mana. Mana? Which filled the atmosphere. At the moment, the amusement park has turned to a fairy tale land overflowing with mana. Although it meant nothing to the average person, to the mage it was a paradise where spells could be cast as much as the one
じゃあ
pleased.
残り魔力とやらを
So that
気に
means
しな
you
くていいのか
don't have to worry about how much magic whatever you have left
注意
then.
すべきは怪我と体
All
力
that need to worry about are injuries and stamina.
まあ個人的な
Well,
責
as
任
far
が
as
あ
our
ると
lives are concerned, yeah. Sujiro breathed a sigh of relief. From Sujiro's perspective, more so that the monsters she moved down... moved? Down, Oko was the biggest bully on the playground. He had been concerned about what would happen should her magical energy be exhausted, but luckily for him, she was far from surrendering her crown.
頼りにしてくれるのは嬉しい
It's
けど
nice that you trust me at all, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Those minions out there were just walking garbage. If Alice summons any other fairy tale monsters, let alone the actual Snark, Snark gonna make an appearance? There is nothing be able to do.
他の動画の
Other fairy tale monsters? You mean there are other parts apart from the thing
まだいるのか
changed the park?
プロイキッシャーって名付け
Yeah,
られ
they're
た
called ploy
私たちでさえ目を
kickshots
背けたくなる
and aberrations that even we mages can't stand to look at. They're nonsense lost to time, used to revive impossible fantasies. Hmm? Such your expression seem to be calling out for
あ
hypocrisy.
のね
Hey,
私た
most
ち
of
は
us
ちゃん
modern
とゲーム
standards, you know?
できないこともある
Obviously,
し
there are things we can do and there are no match for modern weapons. The 20th century, well, a bunch of wars have helped
いろん
weapons
な戦争の後押し
technology catch up to us.
あの
But
子
that girl is a different beast altogether. Mankind's evolution can hold a flame to her power.
例えばあのブレッド
Take those breadmen, for instance. Something like a machine gun would have no effect with them, probably because guns make no sense to them. Oko casually gestured outside past the counter.
アリスの使い魔
Alice familiars and mystics, I can't believe they're called mystics, needed from
前提
fantasies.
からしてありえ
They're
ない
all impossibles in the first place, so they don't play nice with the laws of physics. They shouldn't come as a surprise, since fantasy and reality can exist together.
なるほど
This is so Minako, but it's not gonna be like even a fraction of the power and stuff of a Minako. Damn. I see, so they literally walk in loaves of bread. Sujiro seemed to have ignored the majority of Aoko's explanation and only reached the part that caught his curiosity. To get back on topic, modern arms don't stand a chance against those things. Even rockets would be useless. They aren't part of the same order or shared consciousness as us. To deploy Kirschos, to the fairy tale monsters, anything that doesn't exist in the world, anything that doesn't understand, disregarding before it can't even touch them. Only something equally nonsensical can touch them, like magical energy, infused with the same level of mystics. They exist wholly in their own conceptual space or cosmos. Ahem. In short, they are protected by a special rule known as folklore defense, meaning that neither pure force nor strong magecraft have much effect. They can be taken down without exploring the weaknesses found in the original stories. Are you familiar with the Greek myth of Achilles? It's good, straightforward example. Sejiro shook his head. Of course you aren't. If we get out of it alive, have to be mad to tell you about it. It's a cliche, but it's a good story. What the fuck? You can't call the original a cliche. Really? Sejiro was feeling pretty lost, but he did his best to grasp this situation. He thought that blow kick shots was scary enough to chase Aoko and that puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Certainly, the scene before them was stuff of nightmares. But Sejiro had a different way of thinking. I think you're more scared than me, Aozaki. Do you want to die? Sejiro waved in protest, suddenly pointing out that she had made his case for him. Listen to me, these things surrounding us are little more than fodder? As far as Alice is concerned, the breadman, the lobster, the meat mincer, and the sausage place, they're all worth even less than my magic bullets are to me. Got it? The moving mascots and all the rest as sideshows. They're nothing more than the breath of a monster she unleashed. Those things are just the breath? Yeah, crazy, I know. That's what we're dealing with right now. Just one of those fairy tale monsters is enough to keep us busy. So if Alice decides to add another, we might as well give up. Add another? Isn't there some sort of limit? If she decides not to be stingy, she has a few more in her sleeve, though, well, there are conditions to bring them out. Like one monster that won't wake up if there are no river nearby. The park has fountains, sure, but no river, right? Your familiars are bound by her underlying stories. This is fun. By fairy tale, you mean like the one about a bowl of soda noodles? Let me tell you, it's a small mercy there is no river here. She ignored. Otherwise, something way better at squishing us would have appeared by now. The squid? The kraken? Now we continued completely ignoring Sejiro. I know, I read it right now. Anyway, as I was saying, the foundation of Alice's magecraft is Mother Goose. Right, you won't know this either. Mother Goose was an author of whimsical English nursery rhymes. To be honest, this type of picture isn't all that scary. Taking them down with some sort of magecraft is totally possible. I'm afraid to ask, but what about scary kind then? We follow another fairy tale inspired by Mother Goose. Alice's mother was particularly fond of it, and every single one is bizarre. No mage wants to go up against one of those things. As it happens, that's exactly what brought the park back to life. I'm pretty sure that this one called Flat Snark, though it wasn't particularly paying attention, so I'm a little hazy on the details. Sejiro swallowed the discomfort making its way up his throat. He really wanted her to explain things a little less vaguely, but something she just said necessitated further investigation. Wait a second, Ozaki. You mean to tell me you weren't paying attention? Well, you know, it was a while back when she explained it all to me, and I didn't really believe anything she had to say around then. I thought that maybe she was talking up her own magecraft to a newbie, or she wasn't taking me seriously. In truth, if anyone hadn't taken the lesson seriously, it was Aoko. She would learn the lesson firsthand soon enough when she experienced just how real Alice's monsters were. She'd also discover how heretical the mainster witches really were in a world of magecraft. Heretical? Heretical? Heretical from heresy or from hereditary? I think it's from heresy. Heretical. Yeah, believing or in practicing religious heresy. Okay. Mainster.
その聞き流した内容
Can you remember anything else about them?
何でも協力
From what I understand, it's a ploy that puts up a powerful bounded
アリス
field.
が受け継いだ
Alice
プロに
inherited
山
a
ほど
lot
ある
of ploys, but this is one is your finest. It takes discarded and forgotten things and resurrects them, like what happens in fairy tales. Supposedly nobody's ever defeated it.
それでついた
Oh,
名
and
前
its
が
nickname is the Untouchable. So it's not Flat Snark or whatever it was.
それもあだ名
That's just a nickname too, since nobody knows its real form. It picked up a few names along the
フラッ
way.
トスナークはその中で
One of them is Flat Snark, and it ranks high amongst your other nonsense in terms of how little is known about it.
あなた
Have you heard of the book
スナーク狩りって本
The Hunting of the Snark by Lewis Carroll? It's not a book, it's a poem, buddy.
そもそもルイス・キャロル
No,
という
and who's Lewis Carroll?
そっからか
Okay, then let's start from the beginning. Professor Dodgson
モリ
was
スン教授はそう
he was a delusional gentleman with a peculiar disposition. Not that it matters right now, it's a waste of time to explain to some people.
人によっては時間の無駄だろうし
Okay.
今重要なのは
What's important is the work he left behind. The Hunting of a Snark is a book about a band of adventurers who try to capture an unidentified monster known as a Snark. We know. It's very Carol, satirical, nonsensical, and cryptic. It doesn't even really have an ending either. It does! The party does ultimately find the Snark on its island after much hardship. It ends with the protagonist who found it, the baker, suddenly disappearing. I think the bell person is a protagonist, but whatever. It's a satire about people who run about busily trying to find something they don't understand. But when it comes to the park here, it's pretty clear who the baker is and who the Snark is, right? Oko elected not to share this, but Flat Snark had other popular names as well. The enigmatic island, the five-dimensional plane. These names were not given it by Alice, but rather murdered by mages whom the Mainsters defeated. In mathematics, snark is a term used in the graph theory to refer to contradictory and impossible planar graphs. My fucking god. A plane proved to be unable to exist in this world was given the name apt for an ill-fated existence paradoxical in nature. The fairy tale monsters. Oh my god! Hey Junpei, did you know that the Titanic has a fictional copy? Has a real one-to-one copy? Called... I don't remember how it's called. Whatever, bit is not working. Anyway, who gives a shit? The fairy tale monsters ascribed his name was said to hold no form discoverable by man. Eko also declined to mention something else. First Snark was a fairy tale monster that could grow. It would hide somewhere in an amusement park, continuously exhaling magical energy until the park completely transformed into a fantasy land. Well, it's not like there is any point to scaring
何
him.
か言ったか
Did you say something, Ozaki?
別に
Nope. I was just thinking, Flat Snark's power is the ability to bring fairy tale words to life, worlds. When you think about it, the park makes for a perfect backdrop. I mean, it was originally a playground based on fairy tales anyway. If this had been a business district, for example, a lot of talking, Flat Snark would have possessed far less of a threat. At most, its power would be limited to projecting the shadow of a dinosaur into a building's window planes.
あ、だからここは安全だって
Ah, so that's why it's safe? Hmm? Sejiro realized that something was wrong when he noticed a glutinous liquid dripping down its back.
あ、
He looked up to the ceiling. Their eyes met. Before he had a chance to think, Sejiro hopped up from the floor.
尾崎外だ
Ozaki, get out now! Taking the initiative, he jumped out from behind the counter.
何して
Are you mad? What do you think you're... Trying to stop from committing act of suicide, she also came to her feet. Immediately, she noticed something coming to life overhead. Cute. What the? Oh crap! Yeah, bye. Oh, it's a tent. I see. Oh my god, this was close, that's not what she said. The gargantuan mouse clumped shut. With no mascot to speak of, the burger giant itself began to transform into a giant monster.
もう何
Who the hell paints a giant clown on the ceiling?
あの店
True.
もっと違う
Shouldn't they have flexed their creative muscle somehow else? If they like clowns that much, why didn't they put it at the entrance? Ako aired out her grievances as she ran. There was no safe haven left. Moment by moment, the last remains of civilization were being eroded away by fairy tales. Nice. Do we want to take a break? I think it's a good place for a break. Dragon? Yo, the texture. Lol. Okay. They could have blurred the texture even more, whatever. BRB, 5 minutes? Determined music. Okay, I'm back. I ate a sandwich, which is good. It was good sandwich. The amusement park has reached the final stage of snarkification. It was not just a mascot character that had been granted life. Like the burger giant, even the buildings had begun to transform. The roller coaster that made its way around the park rooted and twisted like a Chinese dragon. Fun. Ako and Tajiro stared dumbfoundedly at the Ferris wheel, which had grown to over 250 feet in height. Hordes of breadmen closed in on them as to offer tickets. Just to bite into them or something. I'm telling you, this line is under control. Mobs of trinkets, the actual nikshas. On page the park. Oh, this is peculiar how Alice said, Alko is a very good shooter, but when she tried to shoot Sujiro, she missed. Mobs of... Well, I know they kinda justified it by Sujiro being close to Alice, and it's like a gun. It's harder to shoot at a closer range, right? Or, like, not a gun, but the specific type of gun, right? Sorry, hold on. It's better. Mobs of trinkets, actual kickshots, rampage the park. Whenever a hole was punched in an environment, it was instantly filled. It was a battle of attribution. Of attrition with no end in sight. But that was a matter of course. As there were very few fairy tales about limited resources.
なんかどうしようもないぞ。こいつら増える一方だ。
Most insane sentence ever. Huh? This is hopeless. They just keep coming. Look for the snark's real form. The fairy tale monster always has some vessel for its body. If we can just destroy that, we should be able to get out of here. A body? What kind of body? Figure something out. I already told you. Oh, this guy. Fairy tale monsters can exist in reality. Anything weird or impossible you've never seen before, that's going to be it. Something weird or impossible? Any example? Yeah. You forgot who we're talking about. Do I have to spell it out for you? Living puppets, flying go-karts. Ako paused her firing for a moment. After saying it out loud, she realized just how deep the grave was dug. The amusement park was the treasure trove of a fairy tale-esque creatures of any given day. Yeah, is she stupid? Who could say what was impossible amidst the newly transfigured knickknacks running around? Damn, everything here is weird. So it's hiding in plain sight. The flying thingy, hoping that she was wrong, Alco bit her bottom lip. Blood snark was a type of ploy that deployed bounded fields. Seeing as it was commanding so many familiars, it would not be unusual for its main body to have little or even no defenses. Furthermore, it was modeled from a story about it being untouchable and undefeatable. It would be logical to assume that it would collapse in on itself shortly after being discovered. Which means, we find it, we win. Would something so fragile really hide among its minions? They do say that the best place to hide is a leaf is in the woods. It just destroy everything. This was closer to the truth than Alco realized. As long as there was the slightest possibility of its being hit by one of the Alco's stray bullets, it would not dare appear in front of her. Its true form was orchestrating the park from somewhere safe. I'm sure we've seen it already. It's the subject of a book named after it. It's not standing out on every page. It's not right to be the title character, but where? Put very simply, the Ferris wheel was the safest location. Ferris wheel looks like an eye. Location in the park, as well as a symbol of its past glory, perhaps?
あの子を捕まえるのは
Why don't we just try to catch her instead? Her eyes open wide as they send suggestion. Oloko has been trying to come up with a plan to overcome this stalemate. It seems Sojiro has been racking his brain as well. His proposal was a simple one. If they could not find the snark, they can just need to take out its master, Alice. Alice had not moved at all from the clock tower. Even from here, they could make out her figure draped in moonlight.
それは一番ダメ
That's the worst move we could make. Even if we killed her, it wouldn't stop the snark, and all of its absurdity would just boil over to outside the park.
大体
Not to mention, I can't even kill her in the first place. At best, I could only get halfway there. They love each other, sorry. Breadman, I'm just joking, angered at the insults hurled towards his master, moved to attack and was mercilessly burned to a crisp. The two stood back to back, catching their breath. With no plan to speak of and no road to escape, they had reached rock bottom. Meanwhile, the oddities were forming a circle around its prey, as if they smelled blood in the water. They were to be dragged into a bakery for an oven, minced in a meat grinder at the butcher shop, screwed and paraded around at the atop the carousel, walked the plank of the thorny pirate ship. After 2 years of slumber, they were eager to welcome their new guests.
一応聞いておきたい
There's something I need to ask you, Aozaki. What is it? Keep it snappy. I'm thinking here. Okay, it's painfully clear that this thing wants to do with us, but what about her? Does she enjoy it?
その疑問はな
I doubt it. This thing's hatred of humans comes from a deep-seated grudge within the park itself, so maybe even Snark's personality too. Alice is familiar at one big family of freaks. No, now that you mention it, Yakuma is unable to deny there were some similarities.
それは結構それで青崎の考え事って止める方法
Good to know. So, did you come up with anything, Yaozaki? How do we stop them?
期待させて悪い
Sorry to get your hopes up, but I'm all out of ideas. Oh, I bet they'd stop if you dropped that.
それは嫌だ
No, thank you. Let's just get out of here. Hey, wait, Shizuki. She blinked in surprise over a sudden turn of events. Sojiro, who had until now to be meekly following her lead, had grabbed Aoko's hand and pulled her with him into a head-on charge at the swarm of bread in an attempt to break out of an encirclement. Are you out of your mind? How on earth do you figure this is what we do next? Aoko meaningless. Aoko nonetheless follows Sojiro's uncharacteristically gun-ho leads, cursing him all the while. Alone, he had no chance in breaking through the surrounding wall of enemies with brute force. Aoko regained her bearing and let fly a spray of magic bullets ahead of Sojiro. He burst through the net and ran as hard as they could. At this point, all that was left to do was they had planned from the outset, get out of the park. But not before addressing what needed to be addressed.
なんでよさっきはあんなに
What the hell did it come from? Hadn't you already given it up back at the House of Mirrors? Oko could not begin to comprehend Sojiro's reaction.
ミラーハウスの時と今は違う
This was then, and this is now. Just run. Drew, what are you talking about? Alice wants to kill you for exactly the same reason I did. This won't play out any differently. Though she wondered what was getting her so worked up, Oko did not stop. She told herself that the degree of Sojiro's stupidity, charging the bread man so recklessly, had caused her to lose her cool.
あのね
Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm gonna try and kill you again tomorrow. I'd really do it. So if you don't want to die, you should be trying to escape me too. Got it?
それはまた今度
Then let's talk about this tomorrow. I don't really care if you kill me, but
殺されるのならいい
just don't want to be killed by that girl. Like I said, why the hell not?
顔も知らな
I
い
don't even know what she looks like, nor I have even spoken to her. What? It was like someone had dosed water of her blazing fury. Oko's anger has snuffed out of the absurd simplicity of his reasoning.
知らないって
Because you don't know what she looks like? Could it be that Sojiro did not mind being killed by someone as long as they had met them? Oko grimaced as she followed him. Huge ear! Holy shit. I don't have this problem, I don't have ears. From his spot atop the clock tower, the girl observed the groan of her familiar. I mean, I have ears in my head. Flood Snark, a savior of the discarded. It was a vile, vulgar fairy tale monster who provided those abandoned by fairy tale a glimmer of hope before snatching it away. Alice had it under her control, but she was still keen to keep the Snark from expressing its bad habits. After completing a lap around the park that had now reached the size of an entire town, the robot made its situational report. So, they trying to get out. Gulp gulp. It seems Aoko had prioritized the safety of the boy. Even if it results in wasting the entire day, choosing not to capitulate on a decision was very much like her. That's too bad. I wish Aoko would attempt to burn down the clock tower and me with it. The bluebird cheered in response. Was it denying its master portrait of Aoko, or agreeing that it was Aoko's style to do exactly that? An outsider might interpret its interjections either way. Does it bore you? The robin jumped at being addressed so unexpectedly. It chirped and flapped its wings like a flustered servant, frantic to say otherwise. The egg? It's rare for us to get along so well. Okay then, if it's a game she wants, a game she'll get. Let's liven things out a bit, shall we? Calmly, she pulled out a small object from her pocket. It was a dark grey Easter egg, and emanating from inside it was the ticking of a clock. The robin knew it to be a ploy kickshaw, with a bad attitude far exceeding flat snarks, knowing to be amongst the best in one-on-one situations. 3D. Go. I've set the extolling time for 20 minutes. Break in that subtle way of yours. And together with the witch's breath, the egg filled the praise disappeared. Was praise. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the park. The words, "I could have killed them all by myself," floated through the air. It was disappointed of something enormous that was visible to all, yet overlooked. Uh-oh. Oculus and Jiro continued their dash towards the boundary separating the park from outside. The curia horde that stood in their way was reduced in number. The iron fence was separated the two from the outside world was just over 100 years away. Fortunately, there was no particularly large buildings barring their path. And the Ferris wheel had stood in their way. Sorry. If the Ferris wheel had stood in their way, that would have spelled the end, but thankfully it had yet to reach its full strength. The only thing that appeared before them were weak oddities that could easily be handled by Aoka's simple magecraft. At this rate, we just might... She would have said make it to the fence if only her lungs would alive hear it. Since Aoka was utilizing the ample mana filling the park, her tank of magical energy was nearly full. Moreover, the condition of her body circuits was steadily improving, to the extent that she would be able to unleash at least one all-out onslaught. Until something unusual was hovering above her field of vision. It was locked on Sejiro, hovering 10 feet above him, over to one side. Shizuki, look! What? This thing? This has been on us for a while. Jiro had seemingly noticed it before Aoko, hence the previous awkward glances towards the sky. In truth, it would have been stranger for him not to notice this thing was particularly glued to him. Shoot it, Aoko. In terms of its size, the floating object measured about 3 feet in diameter. Tiles covered exterior about which multiple of splitting lines danced about. That an egg? Tamago? Sejiro asked, not really sure what to call it. An egg? If it's an egg, then it means it'll crack. Her bullets bounced off it like it was made of rubber. The trait, the ability to deflect all outside interference, confirmed to Aoko that this thing was undoubtedly a ploy kickshaw. Knew it! I can't break its rules from the outside. Shizuki, don't take your eyes off it even for a second. No matter what happens, keep your eyes locked on it, even if it's just in the corner of your vision. Okay. Aoko picked up her pace as she barked orders. The Eggman who sat on a wall. Oh, it's him! Oh yeah, it is from Alice, right? Huh. I kinda forgot about it. He would crack just as the tale spoke of. What's the question I have? What is it called? I don't know how it's called in English. Nothing anyone could do or say would cause him to fall, but the moment they stopped looking, he would tumble down and break into pieces. All the king's horses and the king's men could put him back together again, or so it said. It was the Mother Goose poem, Humpty Dumpty. Wait, really? Wasn't the Humpty Dumpty empty in Alice in Wonderland? Was it not? Wasn't it in Alice in Looking Glass? Really? Oh yeah, through the looking glass and what Alice found there. It does appear there. Okay. Okay. If Sejiro was its target, then the moment he averted his gaze, it would tumble and explode. Except for the exploding, however. Who knows what happened if it falls? Either way, it was going to scatter something troublesome if it fell. Its overall shape, the keyhole adorning the front, and the writing inscribed upon it, they all make her anxious. If it was an egg, that meant it was going to hatch at some point. Even though if he continued his stare once the time came for whatever was inside to come out, they would have less ability to converse their energy. Aozaki, slow down, would you? If you use up all your energy now, you'll forget about what comes next. Just focus on watching that egg. At this critical juncture, Bradman stepped out to join Egg and block the path. Out of the way! The Bradmen were marching forth in this great battalion? And her level of firepower, Aoka should have easily mowed them down, however... Just bite them! These have hard crusts? Take this! Nice. If Snap failed to do the job, that meant it was the time for her to put crust to use. Draw a formula trigger bullet encased in a full wind jacket. In her previous shots were the equivalent of a machine gun volley. Then this was her artillery shot. Nice. Hard crust bread that was absorbed her snub without a dent, scattered into thousands of tiny pieces at her draw's torrent. Sorry. Look at the egg, Sujiro! Whoa. Of course the destruction did not end with just the bread man. What had once brick road was now thoroughly stripped of its pavement. Pavement? More water? Hold on. The nearby stalls had been wrapped into twisted steel skeletons. It was a spectacle that made Sujiro question what the greatest obstacle to their escape was, the wall of a breadman or Oko's ability to lay waste to things. Hey, don't wander off, it's dangerous if you don't stick close to me. Come on, get closer. We're out of strikes, you know? If they surround you, you're gone. You should know, hostages doesn't mean squat to me. And it's not like you can pick out my targets precisely anyway. That made a lot of sense to Sujiro. He had not fully appreciated the part about hostages, but he got the gist of it. So basically, Tsumari, I'm in danger no matter what I stand. You... Offended through she was his typical naive response, she could not help but be impressed. Sujiro was a straight arrow through and through. His eyes stayed firmly focused on the egg of her head, even amidst the chaos of the melee unfolding before him. I don't know why I worried. You may not be the sharpest tool, but you sure is good at following orders. One thing, Ozaki. I'm imagining it, or do those bread bends seem tougher than before? No, you weren't imagining that. They're getting stronger. They must have nailed down the mass production process, so they turned their attention to upping the quality. As you figured out already, they're just going to get tougher as we go. It seems like even those bread guys were starting to develop individuality. I had to think about it, but they might start spraying themselves with jelly or wearing other fillings and merging with one another. Oh my god. There could be an actual game in this? Oh my god, pisses me off. No, she was joking. Her eyes were dead serious. Sujiro shuddered at the thought of the situation growing even more dire. Meow. So you're saying that those guys are going to become as terrifying as the puppet from the House of Mirror soon? Such a long sentence. Oh, you can count on it. And I'll have my hands full with bread at that rate. And I'll have my hands full with bread that rate. That rare. Oh my fucking god. Say, Shizuki, think you can handle yourself against one of those? Sujiro shook his head, a look of complete aversion upon his face.
でしょ
I didn't think so. Let's get moving. We can't afford to hang around here. Oko took a quick deep breath, then began to squint once again. For a distance through the fog, the island fence waited 300 places away. As long as nothing happened, they would make it there in one piece. One piece. Sujiro followed after Oko, holding on to that all too convenient hope. What wrist is Ichi? Hold on. Ichi the Killer. Directed by... What's the guy's name? Ooh, I can't remember. I cannot remember. Shit! This is embarrassing. Hold on. Last chance to remember. I cannot remember. Yeah, Miike. Takashi Miike. Takashi Miike also made Audition, also made... Why is Suicide Club here, huh? Suicide Club made by Shion Sono. This I remember. Also made Audition, also made Dead or Alive 1, Dead or Alive 2, Yakuza movie. Probably forgetting something. What's the samurai movie? How's the samurai movie called? Oh yeah, Gozu. Dead or Alive, 13 Assassins, yep. Harakiri, Kirakuni movie. Didn't he make Kirakuni movie? I like that movie. Did I? Lying. Dead or Alive 2 Birds. I never watched Dead or Alive 2. I do like Dead or Alive 1. Sorry. Zebra Man. Oh yeah, the Zebra Man. Oh yeah, 3 Extremes, the movie anthology that he has with... Shit, with whomst? Oh, with Park Chan-wook. Yeah, with Park Chan-wook. Ryuga Gotoku. Gaki Jo something? 13 Assassins, Harakiri. Yeah, Katakuri. It's the happiness of Katakuri. Here we go. Katakuri, Kano. My bad. My bad, y'all. Really? Whoa, it doesn't see this Japanese word because it's in... Ah, okay, it's a different font. Ace Attorney movie? Why? Since when Miike made Ace Attorney movie? You know, I'm bored, man. Yakuza Apocalypse. Oh, I should watch that. What? He also made a JoJo movie? Untitled Charlie XCX Takashi Miike Project. Huh? What? This is how you find about this? Holy shit. I have not yet watched any of Charlie XCX movies that come out this year, right? The one that Veteran Hills, where they watch the character, or like re-switch the character. I'm a big fan of Veteran Hills. It's probably one of my... It's probably the only novel from that period that I like genuinely enjoy and not hate with all my heart and soul. Like I hate Jane Eyre. I fucking hate Jane Eyre. Anyway, yeah. But Veteran Hills is really good. And also there's Moments, Charlie XCX documentary. Can you guess I'm really bored with the story? I'm sorry. We're going back. No side tracking ever. Sujiro followed after Oko, holding it so all too convenient hope. Reading is really hard compared to like just speaking and trying to express yourself, reading is way harder. Even expressing yourself is hard too. But hope for something ever fleeting, ever fleeting. In fact, it listed not even 300 yards. The edge of amusement park may have been the edge of a world. I'm washed. Dozen of undulating horizon could be seen. Nice scene. Crowding the sky like a giant cloud, or a thick curtain, or perhaps groaning lips? Huh? It was the end of a road, the outer limit of the outrageous and fantastical realm, and yet I could find it to be much like the last page of an enormous picture book. The sigh turned her mind blank. Well, this is about as bad as it gets, she thought. The snark, the island of despair, that at last brought Aoko to her knees as she stared at the swelling border. The park indeed had an end, even now, and Aoko and Sejiro had expected a fence divided the amusement park from the residual area neighboring it. It had both doubted the hate and been made sturdier, another huddle she had foreseen before even laying eyes on it. Expecting it to have been Snarkfield, Aoko had come prepared to demolish an obstacle or two. But this construction before her went far beyond a mere wall. It was an ocean that separated the underworld from the mortal one. Mortal one? No. The iron fence was like a restless, surging sea. One or two walls could easily be toppled. Even 10 or 20 could be dealt with one way or another. It gives me really big Umineko vibes, for some reason. Between the power left in her body, that which filled the park, putting in a brave front was within her power. If you like this, if you like what you're reading right now, read Umineko. She could fully mobilize, or watch my own playthrough of Umineko, just kidding. It's unlisted. She could fully mobilize her circuits and her crest to the point of burnout in a last-ditch effort, like some reenactment of a parting of the Red Sea. Red Sea? But then that would be it. Sorry, even if path could be open, she would not have energy left to walk it, and it was obvious that would become of her afterwards. The residents would hardly forgive her for wreaking such havoc around their park. Like ants drawn to honey, they would swarm the helpless girl and tear her to pieces. Desperate and exhausted, she felt the faint sting of remorse, escape in the park. Looking back on how they got in here, Aoko recognized that her choices had been her undoing. Is this flying thing is a snark? Oh no, there's multiple of those. Under the golden full moon, beams of steel bent and merged like vile frame sculptures. Do you think the wheel is a snark then? No, she said! It was only a matter of time before the amusement park itself became one colossal monster. The horde of familiars gathered in the plaza where Alice was had formed an impenetrable blockade around her. Just above their head, the boy beside her, the whispering egg, called Scratch Dumpty, continued to shuffle that appeared on the surface. Aozaki. Shizuki-kun. Nice frame. I love that all the frames are like getting color corrected to fit into the scene. This looks nice. The boy's voice snapped Aoko out of her trance. If only for a moment. The stark reality of the situation quickly dawned on a novice mage. The sheer hopelessness of it all, as it dripped out and snatched away any will she had to resist. Let's head for the gate. It's hopeless here, but we might have a chance at the entrance. The flat snark thing. You said it has own set of rules to follow, right? Then we need to think about the basics. The fence would have been impassable from the start, but the gate may still work as an entrance and exit. Sejiro had not given up to panic. Aoko found herself honestly admiring Sejiro's ability to analyze Snark's characteristics, given the circumstances. Now calm, she steeled her resolve. You're right. The gate is a good option. But just getting there will be a challenge. Even the weakest enemies, like loaves, are becoming hard to deal with. Plus, the best of your familiars are just going to keep gathering in the plaza and the entrance. I mean, the gate itself may be the monster, even worse than a Ferris wheel. It's designed to look like a giant kitsy. So you're not going to the front gate? Nah. We have a better chance over here. Oko looked at a glance at the undulating iron fences. It was too late to achieve their goal of making it out alive. In this case, she decided to prioritize the other promise she had made.
今からこの鉄柵を壊すからあなたはそこから外に出て
I'm gonna go ahead and break down the fences here. You have to escape once you see an opening. Then my job will be done. Though her words were few, her tone told the whole story. She was telling him to escape by himself.
信じられない
It's not possible. You can't destroy them by yourself, Awazaki.
私だけならね
If I were by myself, you'd be right, but right now the park is actually helping me. With this much fuel, I need to do this, aim and pull the trigger. One good blast should be enough. It said, I only be able to do this once, so as soon as I open the hole, I need you to run like your life depends on it. You know what's this story missing? It's really missing like a mascot character who would said Uru. Uru? Sorry. She would carve pass through the iron sea of fences, gambling at one final effort, a great incantation to launch the biggest projectile she could manage. As an outsider, Sujiro could not ever begin to imagine just how much a burden this would be for her. All she could imagine was a hazy version of Oko being left behind the park. What would happen to her? Would that girl is black come to save her? Cruel as it was to imagine, he knew she would not. Oko had exhausted her very best in order to save him. That girl would not stay. Meow? That girl would not stay her hand. The only way Alice would let Oko off the hook if the Oko killed Sujiro as payment, and so, yeah, just kill him.
20メートルぐらい
Get
離
back
れて
about 50 feet. I'll take time to cast. Make sure to finish this before the egg gets hard-boiled. It went without saying that this was the only path.
待ってくれ
Wait, I want to know, is there even point of letting me go?
ないけど
None.
外
Even
に
once you
出
get
られ
out,
た
there is
とこ
no
ろ
way
で
you'll be able
アイ
to
スから
escape Alice forever. But I'm stubborn to do it very end. I love the shadow on her face.
守るって言ったんだ
I said I'd protect you, so I'm damn well going to do my best to keep you alive. Surprised by her seemingly moral stance, Sujiro saw Oko in a new light. But of course, Sujiro realized that she was not fighting for his sake, but for the sake of her pride.
そうだ
Right?
ったな
I guess you did say that.
それなら俺だけ逃
But
が
it's
すのはら
not
しくない
like you to let me go by myself.
何よいいから
Oh,
離れ
give me a
て
break. Just move already. Oko eased out just a bit. She recalled now, an hour ago, he had gotten the better of her.
青崎
Aozaki, if you're still willing to fight, let's do
他
it
のことをやろう
some other way.
このお化けみ
If
た
you
い
can
な
destroy that
鉄柵を壊
monster
せる
over
な
the fence, then let's put your power to better use.
ないわよ
There isn't anything else I can do, sorry, but all I can do is destroy that I can see, dying for some forlorn hope. Isn't how I want to go out. Don't you get it? The fact is, blowing this thing up to let you slip out is all I can manage. I can't break flat snark or anything else. It's the least I can do
見れ
after.
るのか
So you're going to run. So you're going to run from this responsibility too? I don't know. I don't like when people say that in anime. Like, what does it even mean, bitch? Oko was just about to turn her head back on him when Sejiro clutched her head. And his words caused something inside her to boil with rage. She looks like a cat. It was as though someone had set her heart on fire. The surprise that pricked open her true feelings and the disappointment she felt towards herself to gnawed, I don't know, her frozen lips. I don't know.
誰が
Why you don't get it backwards? I'm the one letting you escape, not the other way around. I'll blow the whole damn park if I feel like it. Just you watch.
そうか
Okay, in this case, it'd be waste to help me escape right now.
その気迫は本命のために取っておこうそれまでは俺も
Save
手伝
that
うから
move when you really mean it. I'll give you a hand until then.
手伝う
You? Help me? Talk about waste of time. Now you're really pissing me off. Just get out of here, you dimwit.
走り詰めて
What use do I have for a dunce? Whose special power is running himself
俺は
ragged?
いい加減ヘトヘトだけど
You're pretty exhausted, but you're in worship, Aozaki. Just look at yourself. You're tired and injured. Remember when Sujiro had like a whole ice burn on his back? Remember that? Not to mention the injury on her back that our Aoko has nearly forgotten about. On her back? Okay. Even now, she couldn't ignore the pain that the automation has automaton, I cannot read. Had inflicted on his spine. With iron will, she'd managed to push out of her mind, mostly. You've seen this face before. Turns and looks at one of my cats next to me. Yup. Nice. Even without any of the magecraft stuff, I was still better shape than you are. I could probably even carry you all the way to the entrance if I needed to. Don't make promises you can't keep. Just go. I'm used to this, and you're not. This is your first time facing this sort of thing, right? So it's okay. Is it his first time? What about his experience in the city? It's basically all the same. The fact that they were a team, the fact that she would still have to kill him after all of this. None of the irony had lost in her as she said those words. It didn't matter anymore. Still, Sujiro didn't let go of her hand. He gripped it even harder. His expression was the same as ever, Alco frowned, trying to figure out if he was upset with her. You're right, this is my first time with this sort of thing. But I've experienced my own fair share of danger in the mountains. Remember the mountains? I've even been attacked by a deer, you know? As the city girl, she has no idea what it meant to be attacked by a deer. Yep, attacking by a deer is sure same experience as the bunch of mages trying to kill you. Yep. But his determination was apparent enough. True. No. True. Looking back on it now, he had maintained his composure through it all, because being attacked by a deer is nothing like anything he experienced right now. That's true. A normal person would barely be able to talk through such panic. Perhaps growing up deep in the mountains, far from civilization, had taught him how to stay calm in the face of so much. So trust me, just a little. He spoke his plain, unadulterated feelings. The deer was also magical, totally. Maybe, and released his hand. There was no lie in him. What a sentence. In fact, he was too honest. So much that she found it hard to believe him. Seijiro, great character. Seijiro had no reason to go that far. As it stood, Aoko had no future. After confessing this and telling him to escape, why did this boy still offer help a person like her? I don't understand. Why do all this? You're going to die if you stay with me. This is it. This is your last chance. Think it through. You shouldn't be running. I know, but I'm not going anywhere. I hate anime. Sujiro answered immediately, realizing that Aoko was looking for his reason. Is he looking at the egg still? This level of insight in Sujiro demanded a round of applause. If I do, you'll die, Aozaki. His words were as irrational as always. But why? Why do it? Why go so far for me? Oh my god. They're doing this shit in like 6 episodes out of 12. This is crazy. She was yelling out of frustration. After thinking for a moment, Sujiro replied, I guess it's because I like you. Ooh. Simple and to the point. His face seemed to ask why she would even question him so. Ooh, the shadows. Nice. There was a pause. No more than 2 seconds. His surprise... His surprise attack had stopped Aoko in her tracks. Alice was not the only one who had an ice up her sleeve. That line reached deeper, even then Flat Snark could even hope so. All Aoko could respond with was an expression of pure shock. It was a simple, stubborn reason, the strongest kind on earth. Sujiro Shizuki was indeed incomprehensible to be able to work unconditionally with someone who was trying to kill him. Yup, we know. But she felt as though she'd finally grasped a silver of his true nature, did she? Tobimaru and the others' assessment of him was correct, as vexing as it was to her to admit. Even though I can stand you, you're sure a dip if you know, okay? I can't with this anime woman. They need to fill out the time for the season finale, obviously. Nice. You sure a dip, you know? He laughed at his soul, grumbling. At this point, he was used to her insults. Yep, she's sure very tsun and dera. Their clash of wills ended here. Olga blood ran from her blazing heart. If he was going to make a face like this, all she could do was try to think of a way to get them both home. He's so stupid looking. It gets me every time. Running away isn't really my thing anyway. Fine, I'll stick out to the end, and if you're going to stay with me, Shizuki, I'm sure we can find some way to help. Of you to help? Meow? Back? For you to help. Okay. No, her tone had lightened. There was still hesitation in her eyes. It was only natural. Alko had not even a clue as to how to begin to fight the snark. If only she had been just a little more skilled, or had trained just a bit more, there might have been some way to look for it. I'm better than this. If only I had a way to peel back its true form. Unconsciously, she let her apprehension show. Sniveling was pointless. She would just have to figure out by herself, but... Wait, that's all we have to figure out? Huh? Yoko gave him a look as if to ask, Dad? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you asked me earlier to look for something weird, right? Sujiro also made a face that suggests she should have brought it up sooner, but you never asked! Cool. Wait, you know what it is? I think so. Well, I've been worrying about it for a while, actually. Sujiro whispered into her quietly, so as not to be overheard by the reader. Fuck you. Huh? It was certainly unexpected, but then again, equally obvious after he explained the mistake. She knew right away that he was correct. At last, she had the inkling of a flat shark's original form, namely... Assholes. Is this end of chapter? Is it? No. What is it? Those bitches. They strategized for 10 minutes. I swear to God. Oh, so now you're like, OMG, I'm sneaky. I'm gonna sneak the information. I hate this. I hate pacing. I hate it. They strategized for 10 minutes. After deliberating the snark's true form and figuring out the plan of attack, the two exchanged nods in acceptance of their roles. What's Sujiro gonna do? We'll be splitting up now. Just don't make it a repeat of the blunder in the House of Mirrors. You're crux of the operation. If you bungle the start even a little, there is no coming back from this one. This would be a good info to know instead of 10 minutes of weird romance anime, but sure. I'll take any poison at this rate. Though she jabbed him for a previous failure as a decoy, her voice was bright. Oh, he failed as a decoy one time? Let's try again. Ako's original vigor was returned to her as Sujiro's discovery of the truth. Meanwhile, Sujiro was also getting serious in his own way. He took Ako's warning to heart. Good, but remember their positions are reversed this time. If we fail, I'm not the one who's going to die. You are. I won't be here to clean up your mess, so watch your step. I know. After all this, I regret that I'm not taking your advice earlier. I'll be careful. Sujiro nodded, telling her to leave it to him, though he made it sound like he was holding a grudge. It seemed to him to be the only way of showing her his resolve. Ako let out a sigh of defeat. Once more, she couldn't figure him out. Seriously, I can't tell if you're a big idiot or a big hero. Whichever one it is, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. She had wanted to say that she believed in him, but apparently that was too embarrassing for her. Yep. Enough dara for the last 20 minutes. Oko turned away from Sujiro and began to run. She has begun to think that maybe this change of pace was not so bad after all. Nice. And so ended the intermission. There was an intermission? The young cast members, fuck off, were handed their new lines. Whatever happened next, the night of witches had, at long last, entered its climax. No fucking way. We're like 20 hours in. Okay, we're not 20 hours in. We're like 15 hours in. And we still didn't fulfill the premise of a story. How Sujiro gotta live with those two. What are we doing? They split up. Are you sure? She was filled with boring at Robin's report. Apparently they had gone in opposite direction. The park's resident had set off after the boy witnessed, and it would take them mere minutes to capture him, so the bird said. What do you mean? It is actually him they're following? Not Oko in disguise? The robin flapped its wings. Nice. Chirping away any doubt. It had seen him with his own two eyes. Oko was heading for the plaza while the cocky brat was making a run for the roller coaster. Are you saying that Oko abandoned him? Sounds a little too good to be true. Is Dumpty still in stale? Love the way she said it. The robin nodded enthusiastically. It didn't know about the other birds, but was its superior night vision. It had seen the sucker clearly because he had moved to a high point. And Dumpty? He said to let him sing to the very end, that he may never get the chance again to do so for a fool this a shine? I don't know. Nice. Scratch Dumpty was a ticking time bomb that would drop and detonate the moment its target averted its gaze. That is, as long as the target continued to observe him. In a way, he was a gentlemanly ploy kickshaw, though Alice wished he would forego such niceties when in battle. Let him have his fun. Keeping an eye on Dumpty won't save the boy anyway. Once the poem on its surface is complete, the door will open. No matter how far he runs, Dumpty will end him for us. Until the park, or rather the snark, was destroyed, Sujiro would not be able to escape, which means the large concern was Oko. Oko had promised to protect the boy, which begged the question, where was she running to? As long as we stay here, we can't track Oko. Alice looked out of the park, ignoring the robin's attempt to get her attention with its plumage. Flat Snark had nearly reached its full size. It was a different breed of beast compared to the other cheap toys. To her, it was one of her three most irreplaceable and precious familiars. Yes, she's all yours, Snark. Don't hold back until Oko is brought to her knees. Nice. Iris remained where she was. With the same historical merit as the troll under the bridge and a poison-crawled reptile, Flat Snark was one of Alice's ultimate ploys. Poison-clawed reptile? She was placing her trust in its reputation and ability. But don't forget, this is a game. When the contest is over, return to me. Contest? Not having a scratch Dumpty feels weird to say, huh? Like Humpty Dumpty, yeah. The drifting fog ignored its master words. It was one thing that Alice had misheard. Flat Snark was a king, even among the other ploys of terrible, vulgar antics. Death to the defeated, gruesome tragedy to the vanquished. It found no pleasure unless it brought about dramatic ruination of life and wealth? The fog billowed like wicked laughter. Reading is so fun. After all, only a king has the right to decide the fate of a vanquished, and the Snark greed could not be contained. Thus, it hadn't even the slightest intent to play fair despite its master orders. Over 100 feet high, one careful step at a time, the figure made its way gingerly up the track. Of course it is. Of course she did. Which stretched into the heart of the amusement park. Oh, it was Sujiro! Huh? He stayed his beating chest and the pounding of his breath. Even tiny movements were an obstacle to his progress. Amazingly, the one making his pale face advance higher and higher was Sujiro Shizuki. Far below, he saw a horde of bright creatures had congregated by the roller coaster platform. As they bustled this way and that, their numbers continued to increase by the minute, seemingly cheering on Sujiro with raised arms as he made his ascent. Or rather, they cheered as if beckoning him to come down. Jump, Sujiro! Well, at least they don't like heights. Of course, neither did Sujiro, but his current state was the lesser of two evils. The only thing that followed him now was the floating egg. With their heavily huge size, Sujiro bent forward a bit and climbed the trunk that inclined towards the heavens. 150 feet now. If this were a skyscraper, he would be on the 7th floor. A strong gust of wind whipped through his hair. Humans had an instinctual fear of heights. Did they? In particular, a place like this, which called force vision of falling to one's death, would cause a person's knees to tremble against their will. It was an instinct that forewarned death, urging its masters to return to the safety of the ground. People generally have instincts, but okay. It was a reasonable reaction. People do have reactions, that's true. Climbing roller coaster tracks went beyond funny stories into the realm of fantasy. The strong wind and change of air pressure were a hindrance. Oh, but Sujiro lived in the mountains! Therefore he's not afraid of height, of course! It's real hard not to play the tax in this particular situation. His instinct screamed him to stop, causing his limbs to go numb, his muscles to go limp, and his mind to race. Even if he had been tied to a lifeline, a mere 15 feet of climbing would still have caused his thoughts to freeze out of sheer terror. And it would only get worse from here, exponentially so. Every foot forward increased the load of both his mind and his body by another degree. We can do this, just a little bit more to the top. What are they trying to do? What's the logic here? Oh, like egg gonna broke and the contents gonna like die from height? From dropping down the height? I mean, it's flying now. The burden of his mind notwithstanding, he carefully measured the toll on his body with every step. His legs, which had carried him running this far, threatened to buckle the moment he let down his guard. This fatigue was likely why Oko had stressed that Sujiro's role was more dangerous than hers. Wait, would Ozaki have been so worried if I wasn't tired? Tired? Sujiro laughed as he stared at the floating egg. He reflected on the course of events that had led to this absurd situation. Not even 10 minutes ago, they had been engaged in conversation. Okay, since we know that form it's taken, we need to talk about how we're going to destroy it. Sujiro felt a shudder travel down his spine at Oko's smug grin. I don't like this flashback to 10 minutes before. Just tell me what's going on whatever. In hindsight, Oko has been more than happy at this point to make him do something absurd. How are we going to destroy it? Can you just... Sujiro wondered aloud. From what he'd seen, Oko had enough firepower to tear clean through the fence. He'd refrained from speculating about flat snark's true form because he'd felt there was nothing they could do about it, even if they knew. But that had changed. For Oko, the impossible was quite literally within her grasp. It won't be that easy. By my estimate, it would get within 150 feet of the thing. Cold thing. Despair filled Sujiro's eyes. Oko lifted her hand to her long hair and with magically charged fingertip clipped a clean tuft of it. But we can make up the difference with some elbow grease. Get to the highest place you can. When the time is right, I'll give you a sign. Just toss this into the air. This is all you need to do. Your hair? But based on where Oko pointed her gaze, she did not really mean to leave it up to Sujiro to pick the highest place he could find. She was staring conspicuously at one of the amusement park's two main attractions, the roller coaster. So in other words, you're saying was played up and you want me to run away from the monsters chasing me and escape to somewhere high, right? Exactly. And hey, wouldn't you know, the tracks of the winding roller coaster are perfect. There are two demons in the park. Her smile made Demon Sujiro want to respond that it was far from perfect. Far before me to question your motives here, but this is so bad. Mountains is funny enough. It's like being to Italy, you know, one time and talking about it for the rest of your lives. But that not secretly working with the girl to kill me, are you? No. Ron, wasn't you the one who said it was okay if I was the one who killed you?
人の出現を悪
It's
用
not
する
nice to
のは
twist other people's words. Sejiro hung his head. This was not sane. If he did, as she said, he would die from exhaustion before kids even had a chance to eat him.
私だって鬼じゃない
I'm not a monster. Hey, look at me.
おまじない
I'll cast a charm on you. Hmm? It was the lightest of touches, close enough for the breath and skin to come in contact. Oh my god.
Oh.
I was in Florence, you know? Yes. Oh. Zeki, he finished with a harsh voice. For one of them, this was a rather mundane magecraft. For the others, it was head spinning. Ow! Intimate ambush. What is this? Ew. Okay. Sorry. It's chill.
軽く弱く
The weight of the air, the tremble of one's breast. Breast?
チクタクチクタク急げや急げ
It's not what she says. Light lags behind while shadows put ahead. Excuse me, that's not what she says at all. Words that could not be produced by normal larynx? Carrying a peculiar weight to them, reverberating against the eardrums. If words were given colors, this would have been the color of your name, blue. Whoa, shut the fuck up. Sejiro exhausted body and burning blood gently cooled. I think this translation is my greatest enemy. It's so bad.
泳ぐ
A bird in the sky, a fish in the sea, you in the distance,
チクタクチクタク
stuffed out and anxiety in a sack. Begin the journey at dawn.
星はいつでも来
A
た
shining star
どこ
falls
までもいつまでも
into your heart. In reality, it took but a few seconds, but a sudden contact had felt a little longer. Okay, chill.
暗示成功
Mesmer is successful, I think. This is the first time I've actually felt it take. I guess all those lectures from Alice paid off. Very merry, Aoko stood aside, a very confused Sojiro. After he asked what the heck had occurred, she responded,
簡単な暗示よ
It's an elementary suggestion. I temporarily raised your sense of fear, so you should be able to climb up there with no problem. Holy shit. That's if we could do it in real life, this would be crazy. The biggest thing standing in your way is your nerves, right?
恐怖も何も感じなければ
Imagine given soldiers, well, they probably already do
平
it.
均台とそう変わらないってわけ
If you don't feel fear, but no matter how high you climb, it's no different from walking a balance beam. What? Now I have no idea what this what was referring to, sorry. If you don't feel fear, there, no matter how high you climb, there's no different from walking a balance beam. Balance beam. He seemed to get it. It actually all sounded like Greek to Sejiro, but he accepted that an explanation of her strange actions. I don't either at this point. Nice.
やっと
Oh, finally, I made it. He'd arrived at the summit of the track. Nice. From nearly 200 feet high, Sejiro had a bird's eye view of the entire amusement park. He was able to spot Aoko's figure right away. In a plaza not so far from here, she seemed to be occupied with something conspicuous. Her surrounding lay still. The breadmen were still busy trying to figure out how to reach Sejiro by trial and error from the roller coaster's entrance. They were over 300 feet away now.
汗をかくはず
No wonder I'm drenched in sweat. Look how much ground I've covered. The strong winter gales quickly dried the sweat on his brow, but he was drenched underneath his shirt. This mere sweat was worth at least half-mile run, not to mention all the scratches he had experienced throughout the night.
よかった
Okay, now all I have to do is wait for the signal. He felt a wave of relief. Not at the thought of Oko destroying the snark in its nightmarish park. Don't close your eyes, he was simply happy that he could replay a bit of his step from the House of Mirrors. A blue bullet rose to the plaza where Oko was located. That's the signal! Sujiro stood up out of the tracks, pulled out the pouch he had stowed in his pocket, and tossed it forward. Without any regard to his questionable footing, he gave it a mighty overarm pitch. The small pouch drew a parabolic curve in Aoka's direction, quickly becoming united in midair. Oh. Inside the bag was a lock of your hair and small stone weights.
高いところから風に乗せてくれれば
Just throw it with a wind from somewhere high up, and I'll take it from there. Aoka had said, but it was Sojiro's effort that had set the plan in motion. The tuft of hair remained airborne, drifting as if watching over its owner. Sojiro's job was done. He remained concerned about the egg hovering over him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sojiro breathed a sigh of relief and leaped forwards to watch the rest of the plan unfold, but then... Huh? In the corner of his eye, he thought he spotted something familiar approaching Aoka. Alice? Alice. Who the fuck is Alice? Oh, here she is.
ルートセット
That's not what she said. Connecting to crest. Ooh. Oh yeah, she... Oh. Oh?
ディレクト1層2層
Direct current crests. First layer, second layer, third layer reserved.
魔力提供
Magical energy supply fixated to greater
循
source.
環よし射角よし
Flow check, angle check, formula stability, good enough. A pattern began to crave itself into the brick street. The casting of unprecedented incantation was unprecedented range. Keeping the raised intention contained within her crest, the fledgling mage snapped her fingers. Breathing is so hard. Done. Bullet configuration. Convergement launch. Star mine. She kneeled at the center of the formula and raised her head to the night sky. Not even a glimpse of a transmogrified fantasy land around her entered her vision now. The only thing, one untouchable thing, was reflected in her blue eyes.
実はずっと気になっていたことが
Yay, we're gonna find out what it is. So, this has been on my mind for a while now. This is how their conversation started a few minutes prior. We know Sojiro began with a simple statement of fact. In truth, it really was the simplest of discrepancies. Any difference between the reality of an hour ago and the illusion of the present was both infinitesimal and infinite.
雲があったか
I
ら
thought maybe I didn't know what I was looking at because of the clouds. It was hiding in plain sight, too impossible to be real, too outlandish to be there. The moon? At this amusement park, there was... Every paradigm had shifted. Something was blazingly flooring its normalcy.
今夜は新月なんだ青崎
Tonight is supposed to be new moon, Aozaki.
思えば初めっからその形だったもんね
Yeah, come to think of it, that's actually what you started us. Started us? Fuck my life. Distance from Earth to the moon was... 238,900 miles? It is truly... numbers are hard. It is truly identical to the actual moon. Then this monster indeed lived up to the eerie reputation. Okay, here we go. At a distance that vast, there would have been no need to hide. It could feign its true form for all to see. But if it had to hide its true form, that meant it was vulnerable. The monster's camouflage implied it sat within the reach of human hands.
こっちの最大
At best, my max range is 650 yards or so. At this point, it was time to give it all she had. Drawing on an energy surging throughout the park, she extended her firing arm. A star. Nice. Turning on the mansion? Dude, it was just a moon. Exactly. Nice. The blue firework launched into the air. Looking up at her hair dancing in the wind above, Ako reached for her right hand as if to catch the night sky. A mage one's body made for a perfect catalyst. And for a female mage, the hair has been grown out of many years, made for a particularly valuable and powerful source of fuel. To use it, all she had to do was apply her will. She looked the fingers on both her hands together and shouted,
三層展開
Deploy third layer. All formula. Commence linked activation. She hurled towards a clear challenge to bind the moon to herself. What is it actually? Is it gonna be like a creature? The mist began to whirl about in a vortex. A monster high above bore its fangs at the sight of a blue spell that appeared in midair.
見抜かれたです。
Did she figure it out? By the time Alice had noticed the change, the hostility between Aoko and the snark was palpable. Very well. This round goes to Aoko. Return immediately.
確かに雨雲
Perhaps removing the rain clouds was too obvious a hint, but I suppose one can win them. Blood snark? The fog continued to thicken with no signal of abating. The moon that floated in the night sky could not pardon such an insolent mage. As if the Lord of the Night would bow down to such imprudence, there was no staying its wrath as a challenge so flagrant.
スナーク
Snark! The robin swooped it to give its... The robin swooped in to give its report, but Alice waved it away. Her gaze was fixed at the transforming golden moon. Golden? Moon? Curious. Her calls of resistance... Her calls of restraint did not reach it. Here we go. The fairy tale monster was beholden to nobody, and it would have no qualm unleashing its vast might upon its puny prey. Looking good, Oko. The core of your magic bullet howled. The magic circuit within her body spun. Oko fed the magical energy, scorching her nerves with imaginary flame. She was linked to a formula inscribed on the ground. The spell was read and executed the same as it always was, but its output was beyond reckoning. Was this much firepower? Even this mundane process would invite injury upon its caster. It was enough to burn up the nerves that were acting as a barrel.
でもいける
I can do this. The imaginary heat had reached a terrifying temperature. Oko trembled at the endless feeling, but would have to grin and bear it lest their efforts come to naught. Oh my god. Oko could no longer move. When she had learned that Snark's true form from Sajura, she gave up to any superiority a movable turret offered, instead opting to become a stationary cannon. That was the only way she could reach it. It was impossible to hunt the snark unless she anchored her crest at the location and angle. At the same time, this action revealed that she was out of options. Once the fuse was lit, she would have no choice but to fight at the bitter end. Oko took a deep breath. This was the way she wanted it. Her preparations was complete. She would be able to deliver this maelstrom of magical energy directly to the moon, like a rocket payload. The third midair layer served as a cannon's muzzle and sight. It would fire the magical energy once it's reached critically. And it allowed Oko to adjust the angle of fire once it reached critically. Okay, whatever. Fog? The moon became wrapped within her scope. Bright much? As Oko charged her magical energy, the ploy displayed its golden form as if to mock her. What is it? Snark is actually a bird. What the fuck is this? Come, worship the heavens, powerless scion of innocent bloodline. Oh my god. For there it was, a point among the otherworldly sky, a mystical visage obfuscated by jade mists and azure clouds. Called the greatest treasure known to the world of magecraft, a rarity more valuable than an entire kingdom. Crown Phantasm. Oh my god. Bunch of bullshit. Oh, it's a skull. That's it. That's the flat snark. Oh, it was just an eye. Ooh, this is nice. Visual design, set apart from the first, the world's greatest fabrication. Not yet, just need a little more time. Your instincts screamed at her to delay no further. This fairy tale monster was the greatest of its kind, and it was about to expose its true form. Its open hostility made it clear that it was ready to counterattack. Counterattack? I can't move, not with an incantation this long. If it attacks before me, it's all over. She had to shout it down first. Magical energy was at 80%. The formula was operating normally. All that was left was to pull the trigger, but The calm voice inside her head asked if she was really okay. She had one shot at this, and there was no going back. It was a battle of precision with no room for miscalculation. Even a tenth of a second of hesitation would tip its scales. Was she ready for the pain? Was she ready to deal with the fallout if she missed? Could she really even take down the moon with such a tiny bullet in the first place? Enough. Shoot first, ask questions later. Her eyes fixed upon the moon was filled with determination. She knew that the moment she fired, the intense recoil would overwhelm her entire body. Still, she shouted. Bring it on, I'm gonna send this spinning with all I've got. With every ounce of spirit she possessed, she fired her ultra-long-range projectile into the sky. Okay. Look, at least someone had fun naming stuff. Yup. Look at her. The turret of a lady. The third layer embraced the magic bullet fired from the surface of the earth. The crest, an extension of Oko's self, unleashed light to pierce the moon. However, Gurren Lagann much? What is this? A meteor happened. An enormous blue canopy pulverized the beam. It returned the ether. Ether? It's ether? Is this how you spell ether? Isn't this ether? Is this lacking a symbol? A 3,000-degree flame to nothing as it came in contact with a bullet. The recoil of a grand magecraft literally boiled her blood. Her body couldn't handle it. Her heart stopped, ripped. Her brain went numb from the pain and impact. Bad ending, but I didn't. Either is the or this word. Really? No, it's a different word, right? Ether is like a weird magic thing. Okay. No, I know word ether, but I thought it's spelled differently. Okay. Her brain went numb from the pain and impact. Her nerves putrefied from end to end, but her magic crest revived them all by force. Ice? It was blocked by ice. Even though her vision had gone wide, she could still see it. Swallowing the blood in her mouth, Oko looked up with a skull. Just having fun. There it was, an enormous shield of ice ensnaring and deformed skull. Otherwild's reference? Did I fire too late? Did I fire too early? Should I have shot before it made that shield? Was it too reckless to shoot it head on? Who cares? First layer, second layer, reactivate! Hurry! There was no time to think or hesitate. Magical energies throughout the park began to gather. Oko knelt. Rose from the tyrannical face of the moon. She intuited that the ice had yet to fully form. Flat Snark still hadn't reached its full strength. Which was exactly why... Damn it. By accelerating the spell, Oko damaged her own body. The burden of linking the formula to the Snark causes intense pain. All she could do was grit her teeth and endure it. All because... that ice is tougher than my best shot. Oko had gotten a read on her relative strength. Power scaling? Life? Even if its volume of magical energy was identical, Snark's form, its mystic scale, was in a different league. Oh my god. Oko could charge her energy to her absolute limit, and that would barely make a dent in the ice wall. Meanwhile, there was nothing she could do to prevent her own annihilation if the Snark gathered as much energy as it could. And before this happens, she loaded her next shot. She issued orders to the floating third layer. Ignoring the toil in her body, she began to accelerate the first layer formula. The role of her right hand single layer was to absorb and store surrounding magical energy. The thick fog that has drifted through the park was an ancient ether spewed out by Flat Snark's own body, but Oko could pour it onto her formula. I love words. Oko's body, which had integrated with the formula, took on an amount of magical energy that far surpassed its maximum capacity. It seized in agony, or rather it trembled in delight. This is how I feel when I need to read words, as Oka feels right now. She does the spell. For marriage, magical energy was a propellant to reach the realm of mystics. The expansion of eternal time? The liquefaction, oh my god, of the self. The release from the physical, so true. They were all what one might call a near-death experience. And the precipice, here we go. Of what lay beyond, Aoko stood firm and faced reality. Still, reality had come to break her will. The gap between them was pain to any observer. The gun barrel, named Aoko Ozaki, had not a chance to chip away the lump of ice. And she would not into it, but around it or whatever. She accelerated her spell further. The skull grinned. The ice was no shield. It was a hammer to catch mages who did not know their place. The moon laughed at it, prepared to crush not just Aoko. Sorry. But the boy atop the roller coaster, as well as the park in its entirety. So what if it hurts? I hate anime. Every time I read this, I feel like it's a near-death experience. Yup. The circuits were on the verge of going critical. Her body has been charged with a scoring power supply from her fingertips to her eyeballs. She would see a bullet fired. She would arrange the magecraft formula as quickly as her nerve's transmission speed would allow. We're already 5 minutes on this one. A single attack was not enough. There was no way to shoot it from its flank. Which meant there was only one solution. Reconnecting to alternating current, the third layer began to transform. It switched from direct to alternating current. The spell's supposed strong point was its ability to adjust its trajectory mid-flight, but right now all she wanted was numbers. Connecting, octagram, all layers, max rotation. So bright, damn. Nice. Blue sun shined down upon the amusement park. Beams of light at maximum outputs streaked forth to pierce the golden moon. Yeah, and then it's gonna switch the trajectory. It's not gonna go into it, it's gonna go around it. Come on. Oh, or maybe not. It's chill. It's like lasers now. Whatever. I love how much time they take to set all this shit up, and then you still have no idea what the fuck this is. Take this. Holding down the trigger, she continues to fire, taking up energy ad infinitum. She's having fun. Blue flame shot forth at critical level, but the ice would neither melt nor mar. I hate plot in this story. No one of sheer heat could make a dent in something formed from such a colossal amount of magical energy. Toll in her circuits sent them berserk, and the blood began to run free. This pin should have been more than enough. It's just too strong. The battle had become a tussle over the magical energy that filled the park. From the very beginning, this had been the Snark's home turf. The Snark had control over at least 80% of the space, while Aoko had 20 at best. No, I can't stop it. No. The slow eyes descended as it took her to let call this much. All she could do was delay the inevitable. She knew that she had been backed into a wall, and right now the only thing she could do was to keep firing. Then again, perhaps not. There was another option. As she converted all of her magic energy into defense, there was a tiny chance. No, not tiny, a great possibility in fact that she could save just her... Shut up and do it already. Not even I said chance against all the magical energy here. Clinging to that broken hope, or continued to rotate her circuits. Time seemed to stop at the magical energy overdose. A second of intense pain lasted an eternity. Then, amidst everything. Huh? Ooh. Something approached one step at a time. It was her. Something from among the park shadows. Something. 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 Wait. It was Aoko's evil side, evil twin. She had goosebumps from head to toe. No, it's probably her like second personality. If we would take use your physical pain. Dot dot dot. Okay. Secret sibling. Who wears red? Gasp, not again. Then she was no longer the eyes overhead. In the midst of this stillness, the red death drew closer, step by ominous step. Why here? Why now? Evil twin. Her circuits in her mind began to rupture out of terror. No! Accept it, Oko! Oko, this is your, like, golden form or whatever. Chaos form. As if you're Sonic the Hedgehog. The composition of her formula and soul began to rip apart. There it was, just behind her. Its footsteps came to a halt. It reached around and cupped her face in the blood-stained hands. Oko, you killed one kitten once. Come on. On accident. It wasn't your fault. Greetings. Oko, you can do it. She wanted to scream out with all her might. This is it. Nothing matters. It couldn't care less. Run or don't run, it doesn't matter. Quit hiding and reveal yourself. Use whatever you can and show no mercy. Mercy? That was it. She had one final card to play. Once, a miracle has been gifted to her. Amongst as a joke, it made the eyes look like a child's play. That was what the Red Death had come to kill, okay? Edgar Allan Poe reference? Cool. Using it would spell ruin. Not using it would mean death by ice. Then why hesitate? There were no condition on its use. There was no price to pay for its power. Nice. She simply would cease to be herself. It's okay, there is Sojiro here, you know, in anime rules. He would take you out of it. This was all. Humans love to exist in areas of gray. Dozens of electrical impulses disconnected in the brain every minute. Nothing lasts forever, not even oneself. It was not anything particularly worthy of disdain. It was not even anything remarkable worthy of being called taboo. Shut up. What escaped your lips now was rage. Bewilderment from the red silhouette. The girl let out an inaudible scream. Could the true magic truly be her savior? What an opportunistic load of bull, after all, to begin with. Yes, the dead kittens. I have no clue how to do that shit yet. Okay, indeed, Aoko was still in the dark when it came to that magic, whatever it was. She just don't know. Cool. Is the game loud? It's not loud for me at all. Oh, Sujiro's having fun. The egg is still here. Huh? Oh, it's fine. Okay. I'm such a moron. She woke from her momentary hallucination. The very illusion her breaking soul had shown her. Whining had the opposite effect on her. Her pride was now ablaze. So you're going to run away from this responsibility too? Oh my god, shut up, Sojiro. Sojiro was right. Was he? Not again. Your opponent had put her in check, but she had done the same to it. It was clear where she was losing, so now all she needed was a counterplan within her abilities, no matter the odds. She was not the one to give up without giving it one last shot. That's right. Giving up only comes after you tried absolutely everything. Her numbed fingers clenched into a tight fist. She was betting against the house. An unreasonable gamble that should have made her question her sanity. If her first step was off by an inch, her body would be instantly vaporized. But she knew a boy who never fled. Oh my fucking god, shut up! I hate this shit. Why are we glazing Sojiro? He didn't do anything. He sucks. She knew of a steadfast courage that could shine its light no matter how small through any desperate situation. Oh my god. But the determination. Holy shit, shut up. Yes, there was this is for 12-year-olds. This pisses me off. Yes, there was more than just yourself to be concerned about. If that ice fell, it would mean the destruction of the park in its entirety. Everything he had achieved, everything he had risked and dared and happily put his life on the line for, would be for naught. Really? What possesses him to be so Stop talking about Sujiro. Determination and confidence surges through her like electricity. She had in no mood to be crushed by a giant sheet of ice. If she was going to lose, she'd rather do so as the grandest firework possible. Anko was a sore loser. At this point, she would rather burn herself to cinder than let it decide her end. Disconnect. Expand area. Reconnect. It's not what she said. She grunted in pain. Ooh. Energy reached through her body. The circuits were on the verge of disintegration. Inscribed upon her body, her magic crest was magecraft given physical form. It did not, however, stop with simply skin and flesh. It burrowed to the very marrow of her bones. A playful smile graced her lips. Her sense of reason has been turned upside down by the pain. It was only natural. I can do this. She had to praise her own body for holding out for so long while pushed beyond its limits. That's crazy. How high stakes this chill battle between two friends came to be. The skull face noticed the abnormality. It finally recognized the challenge for dominance over the space. It laughed at the conceit it faced. Conceit. Never did it expect a magician to challenge the great flood snark, lord of vessels over the millennium, and at such age of decline. Nice BG. She tried to catch her breath. She braced herself for the coming pain. She was going to smash that ice to pieces. Both had access to the same amount of magical energy. One of them was greatly outmatched, but the other had determination that she learned from just a normal guy. There was a difference in our output. If I'm losing because of a scale of energy absorption and the size of a barrel, then the solution is simple. All I need to do is make the formula bigger, and me with it. Reconnect bullet configuration. She's having fun at least, you know. How long has been going on in real time, God knows. Because it feels just like tens of minutes of internal monologue. Yup, the feedback would go beyond anything. The pacing is really rough in this. The feedback would go beyond anything she had expected to date, and the translation is also pretty bad. Quite simply, her decision went beyond recklessness. She expanded both formula to maximum size. I mean, it could be worse. The first layer would transform into a giant vortex, following up the mist. The second layer would process it from one end and pump it into her, the barrel, okay? I was naive. I love when naive is spelled like this. Thinking it could do something cute like shut it down. What I need to do is blast it to hell. Nice. Primeval? Not primal, primeval power answered the spellcaster's conviction. It formed the pattern of writhing serpent. Writhing serpent. Voiceless magical power flew a banner of revolution. Now look upon the earth, O venerable one. What? Why? See now this pioneer, the first among tribalizers. Oh my god, that's crazy that I know all those words from popular culture. She embodied a species that knows no fear, that renders not all manners of mystic and tradition. I'm done borrowing from you, you flying bujum. Nice. If you really want it, I'm more than happy to give it all back. The newest magician command, the principle of consumption and extinction. Okay, we get it. An upper one bullet. I hope Sujiro is alright after this of light melted through the castle of ice. The barrel held fast. The control of magical energy was divine. 100,000 miles of veins equal of 2.5 times the circumference of Earth. Are we sure about this? I'm really drunk in the magical energy. The subsequent magical strike hurtled straight up at the moon. Ooh. No. Optimus Primal what? Sorry, got distracted. Nah, he went blind. Redness completely burned. Nice. This rose from the moon's surface. A cry of indigent terror echoed through the abandoned park. Reality was burned into the eyes of a creature of fantasy. She smirks. To Oko, its main struggle was a taste of victory. Victory despite her absolute reckless use of magical energy. The energy scale had been tipped to their breaking point, but nevertheless in her favor. Bullet configuration. Not what she said. Total eclipse. Converge. Zeroed a new one. Epilepsy warning. This is too bright. Shatter. The sky's... Is this onomatopoeias? Is this supposed to be onomatopoeias? The skyscraper scattered into atomized dust. The island, it's unattainably extolled and swallowed whole. The despair of its many challengers. Mounthead proudly eluded mankind's intellect. Intellect? It had intellect? No way. Whoa. Yet now, as their mist bemoaned its demise, in the sky the icy economy crumbled. The snark, this could be a cool video game, like actual video game and not a book. The snark unseen bullet jumped over the moon. Like playing this would be fun. Hack and slash. Its throes of death sounded like a roaring sea reverberating across its fairy tale land. My retina is completely burned. After all this, damn. The battle was over, finally, holy shit. The thick fog dissipated and the shattered ice melted away before it hit the ground. A little bullet unsettled the Night King from its throne, affording him no time to grieve his loss. Oh my god, Ali's gonna be so sad. The oil of the moon. What a line. The oil of the moon. Then touched the flat snark. The dreamscape that had begun don't tell America that there is oil on the moon. The dreamscape that had begun with its resurrection ended with its demise, drawing a close to the nightmare. Low. Oh man, I guess I kind of went overboard. Did she? Fluttering her back, Olga looked up at the night sky. I was mid-typing the joke and you said it. Yes. She lay there perfectly still, not able to move a single finger. When she tried, her whole body screamed out in agony. She was completely empty of magical energy, and her magic crest had come to a halt. She estimated that it would likely require a whole day to recover all her bodily functions. Sadly, all she could really do in that moment was take a breath. At least her chest was swelling with pride. Oh my god, and they gonna call back to the part where Sujiro said he can carry Aoko to the exit on her back? Come on, we should do it. We should call back to it. She had gone toe-to-toe with a fairy-like monster that had emerged victorious. Ali's gonna be so pissed. The battlefield condition had favored her, it was true, but there was no denying that Aoko had come a long way in the last 6 months. Yeah, no wonder they talk about Oko like she's like this exceptional mage. Luck or not, I owe Alice an apology. Once a ploy has been broken, it's gone forever. Flat Snark would never again return to this world. It was an insanely rare item, so invaluable that it would have been impossible to price it for auction at the association in London. London, you say? Alco had sent Alice's priceless treasure to oblivion. Needless to say, things had gotten more than a little out of hand. Still, they had both agreed to the fight, so Alice probably would not complain. Even if she was furious, she would never be so undignified as to show it. Nice. Nice effect. The second Alka relaxed, the fatigue finally caught up with her. She did everything in her power to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness. Aside from a few minor internal injuries, her body was miraculously unscathed. She felt like she could probably stand up and dust herself off after a bit of rest. The golden moon continued to burn in the night sky. Am I blind or is it green? Well, you are oil after all. You could probably burn for... Oko's blurry eyes went wide in astonishment. She was still unable to lift a finger. Alright, the baker who found the snark disappeared alone off with it. Ooh? She sighed in resignation. Alka accepted that her final stand left her was only 10 seconds before she burned to ash too. Elsewhere, just a short moment prior, baffled by strong winds atop the roller coaster, Sujiro gravely peered down at the ground. Sujiro! You can do it. You can save her. Or whatever. All he could muster was a single murmur. He could see Alka on top of some drawing on the ground and... What in the world is that thing made of? In the distance, there was something familiar in the direction of the ruined house of mirrors. Sujiro's job to draw Oki's hair from a great height was complete, while not in the most impressive of... Short moment prior, you say? Okay. Well, not the most impressive of tasks. It was absolutely a matter of life or death. And on top of it all, just thinking about how he was going to get back down the ground was making him dizzy. He had experienced more than enough trouble for one day. Wait, but... He's having fun. I'm glad we're gonna see all the POVs. He was flustered as he stood atop of a swaying bridge. A skull suddenly appeared in the sky above. Nothing, but still not as scary as a deer in the mountains. On the ground, you could see a circling blue light with Ao Kawasaki in the middle of it. And one more thing. From an angle that only Sujiro could see, a shadow stalked Aoko while he challenged the moon. Oh, really? Oh! Oh? This page is still here. It was shaped like a person missing the lower half of its body. Damn! Oh, I love the spine! No hands? Cool. Looks good. Rendered well, also. It was shaped like a person missing the lower half of its body. The disembodied torso slowly crawled its way towards Aoko. They were still over 600 feet apart. Unfortunately for Aoko, she completely failed to notice its approaching from behind. I mean, she did notice somebody, but it wasn't that. Not as scary as the deer. The moon suddenly becomes a deer. Uh-oh. It's too far away to make out, but it isn't that. He was sure of what it is now. Can I finish this today or no? This was the only thing in the park. We are still in one chapter. I spent 3 hours to reading like one chapter. What is this pacing? There was only one thing in the park that would chase Aoko and not him. The puppet. But, I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, right? His mind ran in circles. It was a perfectly reasonable reaction. Any group in reality he might have had left was a long lost when Aoko started firing beams of light at the monstrous moon. Everybody got blind. Whoa! Aoko's merciless fire baffled the roller coaster like a storm. Just standing on it was almost enough for him to be thrown off and killed. But at any rate, Sojiro couldn't fathom the situation. Should he head back to the entrance of a roller coaster and warn Naoko about the comet threat? No, there was no way he would make it in time, and to make matters worse, there was a quart of bread down there waiting for him. And it may very well have been the case that Aoko was already aware of the puppet and would take it out as soon as it got close. If she was, Sojiro was sure she would only be in the way. He was only being in the way. Nice. So bright. But it did not seem like there was anything he could do to help, and beyond that, Oko was not the only one in danger. He was in quite a predicament himself. You can't go home again. Hope the deer pays off. Probably won't, but so nice. The road home was never as safe as one thought. It was true here as it had been in the mountains. I love that he compares everything to the mountains. The path he was on was no exception. As risky as the ascent had been, it had been more dangerous to go back down. Are you looking at the fucking exit, Jiro? This was no time to be worrying about others. His shaking legs reminded him that only 200 feet separated him from death. I'll be fine. I'll know that. Just, his head was pounding. This was reckless and stupid. Having been raised in the mountains, he was more sensitive to danger than anyone raised in the city, and just thinking about what he was about... Was he more sensitive to danger? Was he though? Just thinking about what he was about to do made his throat seize up. There was only one chance he could say for sure. Aozaki has no idea that thing is coming for her. He's having fun. With a sudden shout, Sojiro started making his way down the 200-foot frame of the roller coaster. Oh, this is fun. His race towards death accelerated. He never meant to speed up, but the downward slope propelled him forward. What would make you more sensitive to danger in mountains? Animals? Getting lost? I think it's contrast between life in the mountains and life in the city, where everything is unfamiliar and he's like kind of wary of everything, maybe that? Here I go! It was too late for regrets. Now that he was running, he had no choice but to go even faster. And time was... Love this frame. And time was not on his side. He would never make it in time if he took the long way down, never mind the breadman crowding the exit of the roller coaster. With the exit blocked, the outcome would be the same whether he went slowly or quickly. There was no reason to rush to his death as desperately as he did. But Aoko, so what? So what if it was futile? Sojiro cleared the doubts from his mind. Both of them are crazy. He turned his attention to what he could do, keep his footing and try to arrive at the bottom as quickly as he could. Love bread people here. Focus, forget whatever, you'll be there in time to save her. The most important thing is, he had no idea what impulses would ruin him, his stiff limbs. He just focused on the moment, pushing past the fear and the cold logic. At his core, he was the kind of person to deal with problems head on. There would be the time to think about consequences later. Both of them are like this. Oh, the egg. But hesitation was not the only obstacle. Not now. The worst possible hindrance appeared at the time he was not focusing on the track would mean certain death. Shut the fuck up, egg. Sojiro sensed something wrong with the egg he had been so studiously observing out of one eye. Something had changed. Oh, it has like a little... pillars? Okay, it is pillars. It kind of looks like a music box inside of a music box. And at the very moment he realized it, I can't be looking to the side right now. Sojiro stumbled, then instinctively cut himself. It was a miracle he had not fallen. Descending a roller coaster on foot was an act of suicide. And he had a lot of mountain experience though. His egg stayed right by his side, so close it was likely it would collide with him. Though he was trying not to look at it, he could not help but feel uneasy that the door-like decoration in its center was gradually opening. Damn it, why now? He cursed his rotten situation. There is so much bullshit just on top of everything, and yet he refused to slow down. He ran even faster, glaring at the egg on its side. Huh, this is crazy. You won't say. What's wrong with me? Sujiro was baffled to find that he was smiling. Perhaps it has something to do with Aoko's charm. Sujiro could not... The OST. Sujiro could not tell one way or the other. The guitars going crazy. He could still feel Aoko's fingers on his skin. The trust and expectation she had placed in him was etched onto his heart. But what spurred him on was something entirely different. This all stemmed from a much deeper problem. Is this two pockets? It was something inside him that he could not understand at the time, but would eventually come to terms with one day. Young love or something, I don't know. Alright, less than 5 feet left. He carefully judged the distance as he ran down the track of death. But the distance between what? That went beyond saying. It was the distance between himself and one thing that could save his life. The egg, jump on the egg, please do it. He told himself he was going to do it over and over like a mantra. Sujiro could not believe himself. What was he about to do was incredibly stupid. But what is stupid and smart is not an option, okay? I'm really going to do this? This is insane. You're gonna die either way, so whatever. Amidst all this, he laughed at how pointless such self-reflection was now. Temporary confusion and psychological thrill ride both had laid his soul bare. He will never going to ride a roller coaster after this. What really mattered in life? The answer to this question was simple, you girls. His primitive values did not crave success or reward. All he wanted was... This is it. To live the way he wanted. It wasn't an obligation to the people around him. His desire to live his way was his and his alone. Why are you going to fucking school in town then? Here we go. He had been equipped with a vocal function that would have gasped and choked at what happened next. The boy who had only tried to escape up till now suddenly shifted his weight. He pointed his feet outward instead of inward. At the edge of one rail, he crouched even so slightly to maintain momentum and gazed at the floating egg. Close enough. I can do this. Yo, Nero, yo! Power's mountain experience. He only went to the mountains once, actually, but it's changed him forever. Nice. He soared through the night sky, the boy and the egg. Nice. It was a flight that lasted a mere 1.5 seconds. A cordless bungee jump, oh no, bungee mentioned, from 100 feet above ground. His destination? The only thing that would stop his fall, the giant flying egg. Let's go! He shrieked, this time out of elation, as he desperately climbed to the egg's surface. Just earlier, madness, total madness. The cold-blooded witch had told him that without fear, the top of a building was no would feel no different than a balance beam. This from the same witch that would have been left speechless had she witnessed this spectacle. It was one thing to be fearless and another to be reckless. That's true, actually. What the boy did next would give her a headache in the days to come. I'm counting on you, egg. Lunging to the egg, he shifted his gaze away from it. He felt the rapid descent. Sujiro, focusing his half-shut eyes on the ground, leaped off the egg once they were a few feet from the ground, then turned back to it, careful to establish eye contact. Something so unbelievable, though to Sujiro, the elevator at the department store and the mysterious floating egg were both just moving objects, virtually indistinguishable from one another. Okay. Alright, it didn't break. It's always a shame when the food goes to waste. Yo! Speedrun strat egg jump, who knew? He landed near the plaza. The shortcut that almost cost him his life paid off. Oh, we're almost here! Holy shit. Damn, Oko had this scene like half an hour long and Sujiro had this scene like 10 minutes long. That's crazy. Sujiro took off. That's how scenes are if you don't have any thought in your mind, okay? Sujiro took off running the second his feet touched the ground. The puppet after Oko was the only thing in his mind. Oh really? Not the beam of death? Okay. Oh, the beam of death gonna kill the puppet! Okay, my bad. He paid no mind to the moonlight in the sky. What the fuck? What in the near is that? Nor to the egg, which was furious about being used and second away from self-destructing and blasting. Oh, it's a bomb! Fragments all over the place. Aozaki! Huh? That was a good stuff about expression. spurred Sejiro on. The curse was complete. The empty egg has begun to sing its warning to let them know there was no escape. Lol, as if he gives a shit. He's dead. What? Shrapnel from egg exploded through the air. The ode to the Queen Alice that Alice had been great into Dumpty quickly robbed him of his senses. Okay, was it? Wait, you had the whole Humpty Dumpty thing and it didn't break? Come on. Oh, here we go. Nice. He snapped back to the task at hand and ran to Aoko, still lying on the ground. His legs moved as if they had mind of their own, though he couldn't have stopped them anyway since he could no longer feel them. Don't you, Puppet, ever give up? I can't believe those two are gonna survive this. Yes, yes, kill the puppet, kill the puppet. Nice, nice, nice. Are we done? The scrambled murder case. Shut up. Piles of rubble became flowers of light bloom from the earth. Let's go! The final... Nice. But first, sorry. The final curtain grew closer and the defeated left the background. Had Alice Konji seen it happen, she would have been beside herself. The two had escaped by a hair's breadth. So just to clarify, all of this took place in like span of less than 5 minutes at least. Yup. Maybe less than 2 minutes? It was very quick. The only person in the position of witness that rare mutual distraction was the girl who has been saved from it. The boy who had never stopped running paid it no mind. This is crazy how much Sujiro ran this chapter and the previous chapter, which was in the same night. This is crazy. Phew, I thought you were a gunner. The safety of the girl in his arms meant infinitely more to him than the miraculous way in which he saved her. That's true. Girls are very important. Oh, this is it? No way. Is this it? No way. Huh? Phew, it's not it. Of course. Phew, I was like concerned that Konasu actually wrote something brief and did not finish his chapter on a bunch of unnecessary text. Phew, but it's chill. The moon did not wait for dawn to set. The ornamental texture of the fairy tale kingdom faded away. All of the illusions returned to the way they were before, from the ostentatious courts reverberating through the streets, to the puppets welcoming their guests. Peace and quiet reign once more over a forgotten kingdom, never to be awakened again. Nice. This is crazy. Like, how... This was crazy high stakes. How much... What are we gonna do next? Kill a god? Or flickering the emblems of a late-night dream? Even the electric lamps that illuminated the park? This is like a season finale in episode 6. What are we doing? Again? Ah, you thought? No, Nero. What? Next we're going to a mountain, obvious. Nice. Together they watched it disappear. The girl lay on the ground, desperately gasping for air, like a fish out of water. The curse... She couldn't... Excuse me? This was said that she could not lift her finger. What is she doing now? She's on her hands. Excuse me? The use of a curse of an exploding egg had numbed his pain, and he was understandably exhausted after all he had experienced. He looked like he could be blown away by the lightest of breezes. Oloko was also exhausted. She was still in a better shape. Focused on taking deep, even breaths, she was already working to recover her strength. How the fuck is this gonna result in his new living arrangement? Excuse me? So? She addressed Sujiro indifferently as his gaze remained on the amusement park. The abruptness of it was a bit theatrical in nature. She wanted to look at him as she spoke, but her pride was simply too great. Oh my god, Tsun Tsun,
すごいことしなかった？
you did something kinda amazing, didn't you? Uh-huh. The moment she had accepted death had seemed like an eternity. She was beside herself in shock at how indifferent she had been as the shards rained down from the moon, but the reassuring voice had snapped her back into reality. Why did he do it? What was he thinking? What moronic things had he done to put it off? She had no answers for these questions, lying on the ground as she was. All she knew was that he was more than made up for his failure in the House of Mirrors, and then some more in those fateful final moments. She addressed him, hoping to find answers, but found herself unable to probe any further. To dig any deeper would feel like defeat, which is why it was so unlike her to ask him in the first place. Lucky for her, Sujiro had neither the capacity nor sensitivity to understand how egocentric she was being.
すごいって。
Amazing?
それは青
You were
崎の
pretty amazing, Aozaki. He stuttered between labored breaths. It was taking him so much effort just to breathe that he could not address her properly. She watched him out of the corner of her eye. Thinking back to it, the boy had performed the same role each time. Each and every time he did what he could in spite of his fecklessness. What a word. It was far more admirable than her nearly suicidal tactics, even if she did defeat her opponent. Oh, she doesn't know. He did not even recognize how extraordinary his last act of courage was.
提案。
Here's an idea. I'll help you kill this thing. Will you let me go? At the very least, he had the courage to keep trying wherever he could. A spectator might have viewed him as a supporting actor. He is. His actions were not exactly memorable. But the lead actress he supported did not see it this way.
まあね。
Well, I don't really want to admit it to myself, much less say it out loud, but... Such inspired actions were wasted in a supporting role. The guy really pulled off the impossible. It was so amazing that she wanted to shout it as loud as she possibly could for all the world to hear. So,
青崎
is this just Aozaki?
ほんと人畜無害のどうすぎると。
Wow, that was cool for him. Yeah? What is this question? God, he's so innocent. It makes me want to barf. Like, this whole section is this? Yup. I mean, it's a fan service section to begin with, so, like, there's not supposed to be a plot point here, maybe? I don't know. It's a very pulpy van. All I could do was sigh. It's a viand to look at cute girls. How could she not? Even she was forced to admit that they had been snatched her from the jaws of death. It was dashing. I mean, she was pretty cool too, so it was wow, they're both cool. It
ま、評価。
must be getting soft. Truth be told, he was a lunatic for doing what he did. We know, we get it. I love her ventilations. In her hair, she studied her breathing and composed herself. While she was in a bad shape, she still had her pride as a mage to consider. She couldn't stand up a second ago, come on! This was why she felt the need to maintain an air of dignity. Is she gonna fail?
しずきくん。
Shizuki,
見逃す
I originally meant to let you off the hook for today only, but I'm willing to let the whole thing go. For the time being, I've decided to let you live. She hastily extended her right hand. It was either to shake his or to help him up. However, doesn't give a fuck, Sujiro did not take her hand, but instead stood up in his own. This night, despite the sheer insanity of what he had just experienced, his face had not once looked incredulous as it did now.
何そのリアクション。
What? Something wrong? She stammered, worried that she had deeply embarrassed herself. Sujiro's gaze was fixed upon Naoko. The problem had dawned on Naoko. Though she normally hated being stared at, this time she did not mind. Shut up! Rather, she was enjoying the warmth of his eyes and felt like it was something she could almost come to appreciate. Shut up! Don't you get it? This isn't about friendship, and it didn't mean he only likes you either. Believe me when I say that Sonoji... Oh my god, this bitch is here too. I hate this guy. Oh. The conversation came rushing back. Oh my god, he actually likes me! It was a memory better left forgotten. No, not happening. Pushing Tobimaru's words out of your mind, Aoko turned to Sujiro. But don't get any ideas. I don't care if you live or die or blah blah blah. Yup. Tsum. Puzzled, Sujiro tilted his head. You already told me how much you dislike me. He responded matter-of-factly of your sudden declaration. I love Evangelion. She certainly had pointed that out, and to his face no less. It a mere figure of speech that he was not meant to take literally, but now was not the time to be belabored the point. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying you should get your hopes up no matter how far you're falling for me. Yet, belabor she did anyway. Aoko blushed slightly, realizing how inane she was being. She wondered how she'd ended up in this position. And yet she knew that she had to get this off her chest. All that was left was to politely wait for his response. I can't believe it's not Naroge. I can't date you. Ooh, such heartbreakingly painful words were too much for a simple boy to hear. His shoulders slumped as if the world was coming to an end, or so Aoko had imagined. On the contrary, Sujiro was sitting here in a deep thought. Did you just say, I'm in love with you? Sujiro murmured the words as if they were a magical spell. She shot right back with the affirmative. But I'm not. After a moment of deep concentration, the boy turned to the expectant girl and said, Why do you think that? Nice. He had to be joking, but he was not. He was completely serious. So, he liked her, but he didn't like her. Of course the vice president would jump to the conclusion the boy had no interest in romance. I hate anime. He probably didn't even know what this was. So... She was incredibly embarrassed by how confused Sujiro still appeared to be. Her rosy complexion spread throughout her entire body. I'll ask again. But why do you think that? Violence is bad. Wait, is this Frey and Asuka romance now? Well, it's not a romance story, so I don't know. Since I don't see Sujiro as Shinji, so far at least, it's literally said in the Wikipedia for this game that this is inspired by the first episode of Evangelion. This is crazy. Was there even Asuka in the first episode of Evangelion? It's probably inspired by all of the Evangelion. Sigh. That's what I want to know. Asuka is like meteors. Yeah. You freaking moron, Tobimaru. Just like that, she had lost her cool and given an unjustifiable outburst. Can I see Alice? I'm tired of you fellas. It was the time to seal off the area and destroy all evidence. Aoko's embarrassment devolved into a sheer panic, and her grudge against Tobimaru suddenly manifested as criminal assault. Violence. She lashed out with a punch that could have taken down a bird mid-fight. Aoko! Stop! More specifically, it was a brutal right hook. Aoko blinked. Her brow was concentrated with something solid, snapping her out of the reverie. Her temper had lashed out in a completely defenseless Sujiro. He had been a splendid blow with all her weight behind it, knocking him out cold. Rip! No! What you gonna do? Sujiro groaned, crumpling to the ground. Her punch finished her job that the curse had started. If not for the discomfort on his face, he appeared almost to be sleeping. Aoko convinced himself that he was napping, not concussed. Evil woman. Well, whatever. It was always going to end like this anyway. I am shaking my head. The tension in her shoulder eased away as she looked down at Sujiro. A dawn had gotten in her way over the course of the day, but the day was saved for now. Is she gonna take the... the thingy that she got in the previous episode, the damn 144 hertz monitor, it's not a joke. Anyway, sorry.
私
I forgot how it's called. Anyway, there's a thingy to be used here. Yes, Your Honor, he was napping. How the heck am I supposed to go home like this? Her fatigue was enough to make her complain out loud. Where is Alice? When she thought about it, she realized that this was the first time she had used up all her magical energy and the first time she had participated in a battle of this scale without any prior preparation. She did good, though in truth.
私一人じゃどっちもあゆ
It would have ended in mutual destruction if I'd been alone. She felt somewhat proud as she whispered those words. Normally it was something that she would beat herself up over, but instead she simply shrugged her shoulders with a bitter smile. After all, it was thanks to the person sleeping by her side. Sleeping? Uh-huh.
聞
Hey,
こえてないわよ
you
ね
can't hear me, can you? As if the night had swallowed her voice before it reaching him, she received no response. Confident, she continued in an equal quiet voice. So, thank you. You really got me out of jam here. Of course, there was no... I hate that anyway. There was no response from Sajura, and she was not expecting one, saying it for the record was enough. I can't believe it's not Eroge, and I'm reading this all for the plot. This pisses me off. Oko watched Sajura sleep for a while, and then pulled something out of her pocket. Yes, the thingy! It was a pound-sized glass bottle her roommate had given her, which she opened with a pop. But none of this matters. Yeah. Abduct him. Leaving behind words colored in winter chill at night, she called out his name. She barely sensed the bottle moving. As the silhouette of a fallen boy appears to blur, she got the feeling that the weight of a bottle had increased slightly.
うわどうなってんだろうこれ
Whoa, it's kinda weird. What appeared to be human form could clearly be seen inside glass. Ali's Kuanji tools were mystics that confounded even the most knowledgeable of mages. As soon as Oko tried to analyze them with logic or reason, she was already out of her depth. Knowing this all too well, Oko closed the bottle and watched the boy disappear, as if by some magic trick. Time to end the chapter! It was like 11 times you could have ended this already. Jeez, this is no stage trick, it's actual magic. You could have ended the chapter and reveal all of this bullshit later. This needs an editor. This needs an editor. There's no stage trick, it's actual magic. She muttered as she looked from the magical bottle. Its weight had not changed significantly, and she had no idea how it worked, but the one thing she did know was that there was a human inside it. Here we go. Why is tired? The guy went to the mountains after all, so I couldn't help myself. Alice is watching this weird scene and just going, yeah, not getting in the middle of that for now. No. She should. Its lightweight was about almost unraveling, closer to empty air than a human being. It was about as heavy as one would expect if they'd bottled a summer breeze. Though they did fit her image of Sajura perfectly. Please, come on, move, go somewhere. It's just like Alice said, she muttered to no one in particular as she recalled the past. This really isn't like me. We get it, Aoko. Oko wore a bittersweet smile. Her unusual moodiness was gone. It was a dangerous world out there. It was good to have someone to keep her on her toes. I love that she kidnapped him. With a wry smile, she flicked her magical bottle in her fingers and set off walking. Making a few minutes feel like hours. The real magic. Yup. Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? Are we done? No, we're not! She could hear a bell in the distance signaling the end of a play. An ephemeral dream gave way to reality. In the grand scheme of things, it had been an instant. As the actors exited stage left, the last of the lights suddenly flickered out. And so the Lawn Dead amusement park played its final role as the memory of the boy and the girl. This is the end. Yay, like a dog. No, don't name the next chapter like a dog. This is insane. Okay, I want to see if there is extras, and there is no extras. This is the last one that we read. There are a lot of chapters, man. Okay, then we're gonna finish now. Yay! This was bad, but I enjoy the magical fights and stuff. But it's not. It took too much time to read. It could be cut. It could be refined. This is pretty rough script, so to say, and the translation could be better. For it was the end as good game because the end signals a new beginning. Yeah. And as the end comes to the conclusion of the podcast, just end. Yep. Like a dog. Nice. Like a bulldozer, yeah. Like a tank, like a soldier. I'm done. This is it. This is it for today, Mahoyo's reading. I'll be back soon. Or maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, I have nothing to say. See ya. Thank you for watching. And for chatting. See ya. Bye bye.